Morning, Pagors. All right, let's get started. Very late start. Today's a two burrito kind of day. A two burrito kind of day. I hope everyone's doing well. I played Kerbal Space Program with the kids yesterday. Didn't stream it. Sometimes you just want to exist in the moment, I suppose. That's how I'll put it. And so, but last night I did play whatchamacallit with the Fantasy Life with the daughter. It was Minnie. We had fun. She's carried me through my Archer life, and I did a bunch of archery stuff. I wonder if there's something I can put on briefly while I eat. What in the hell is this?
You. Just you, building your app on Base 44.
Oh man, isn't it always the way that when things are going smoothly, things are tracking well, you have a lot of momentum on a project, boom, that's when you get blindsided and things go sideways. Well, this morning, thousands of creatives, including myself, woke up to an insidious announcement from Adobe. Yes, the same Adobe that was recently investigated for anti-consumer behavior. Well, that Adobe, in all their hollow corporate wisdom, have decided to eradicate the popular and widely used animation tool Adobe Animate, and in so doing, decimate a large section of the creative industry, including threatening the future of my indie game Blood and Mead. Now, I used the word eradicate because they're not just trying to end the software and, no longer support it. No. You see, that would be fine. You see, what they're doing is much more sinister. You see, they want to lock us out of our own animation files. They want to stop us accessing the art files inside the software. I mean, there's absolutely no reason for them to do this. It's absolutely crazy. And people are understandably freaking the hell out. Truly vile that Adobe are opting to kill Animate Flash with no contingencies in place for the thousands of animators, including every single one I work with, who are going to lose access to the program they've been mastering for up to 3 decades. This is an industry-killing move.
Stop supporting SaaS. Stop supporting SaaS. If it's SaaS, leave it. This is what will happen. Sorry. Don't support SaaS. Stop supporting SaaS.
And here's Chicken Nugget, a massive independent cartoon show on YouTube with millions of subscribers. Adobe Animate is the program we use to make the show. This decision will not only harm countless jobs in industry, but render so much past creations as lost media. I'm hoping they reverse this decision for the sake of animators everywhere. Why on earth are you discontinuing Animate, one of your most popular apps? Why do you guys keep doing this? Not working on it anymore is one thing, but why strip away access too? I mean, what the actual fuck? So I just want to say, Adobe, I hope you lose your entire user base, because that's exactly what you deserve at this point. And I say this as someone who has been for a long time a fan and supporter of your software. I used to go to all the road shows in my city. Back then, I was such a supporter that I was even invited to a private dinner with the Australian CEO of Adobe and their senior management team. Back when you guys still had some shred of decency and integrity. So this was a message that was sent to everyone. We're contacting you to let you know that Adobe will be discontinuing Adobe Animate on March 2026. As an existing Animate user, you may continue to use Animate, but please note that technical support will no longer be available after March 1st, 2027. And here comes the big one. Please note that access to your Animate files and project data will end on March the 1st, 2027. To ensure a smooth transition, we encourage you to export your Animate, FLA, and XFL files to other formats such as SWIFT, SVG, MP4 before this date. Now, this suggestion at the end is completely laughable. You see, Animate uses an FLA file format. In that FLA, you have a timeline with art and animation that's created and embedded in that timeline.
Software as a service is always a rug pull. Ultimately, the rug pull comes to when the support stops or they decide to charge you for your data or something along those lines. It's always a rug pull. The net result, the end result of SaaS is always generally, it suddenly disappears. It disappears and you don't have it anymore. Or one portion of it that was free is now suddenly no longer free, or whatever it happens to be. But the fact that you don't have the software running on your machine completely, and that it's a subscription service, and for instance with Adobe you need this like service running in order to be able to access the thing, They can just pull the rug out from under you. It's a dangerous proposition to it is a house of cards if you build on top of that stack. Anything on top of that stack is really dangerous. And frankly, in certain industries, it's my opinion that it shouldn't be used at all. Yeah.
You can't just export it out to a compressed...
Yeah, life as a service. Everything's a goddamn subscription now. We all know it, and we all just keep doing it. That's how the government does it. Yeah. And the health industry especially, that's where it would be incredibly unwise to do anything SaaS related. Is it just me or is your mic kind of low? Your mom's kind of low. Hi, Susan. Just kidding. Sorry. I was a little out of line. It's growling comes in here all the time. Totally chill. My mom's dead. You're probably right. Mine is too. I made your mom jokes all the time, and then my mom recently passed away, and I'm like, well, the shoe's on the other foot now, isn't it, you dumbass? It's so funny, too, because it wasn't until she passed away that I ever did a your mom joke, and somebody finally said my mom's dead. It's like, oh. Oh, God. Anyways. I hated mine. Man, so many people have bad moms. What's that about? Only thing bad about my mom was, well, when I was younger, she had a bit of a temper, but I was a teenager, so that was probably actually more me than her. Raging alcoholic. Died at 63, looked like she was 93. Crazy. Well, I'm sorry about that. You know, we can't pick our family, and that sucks, and sometimes the best thing you can do with certain family is to literally just cut them out of your life. And it really sucks because you have all these memories and stuff, but ultimately sometimes some people are just really bad. Played D&D last night. Missed you. Who'd you play with? Yeah, my mom died of lung cancer. Never smoked a day in her life. So that was wild. Most common kind of cancer in women whose parents smoked. So, and that was the case for her. So she had a kind of lung cancer that's very common in women from secondhand smoke. So ultimately, her parents probably determined her fate without even knowing. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry about that. I totally derailed this. Continuing.
MP4 format. It lives in that timeline. The FLA
3-hour
is
session one
the
off.
file. You can't separate the two without destroying the work. It's absolutely ludicrous. It'll be like making a suggestion to patch a flat car tire with a chicken sandwich. Like, it's completely illogical. And it just shows how ignorant...
Now, what Adobe really has done, and you know they're going to backpedal on this. You know they're going to backpedal on this, but here's what Adobe's really done. They have created a market. Should we all halt everything, join forces, and build a tool that can open their file format and create our own animation platform that can do everything that this Adobe system could do?
They are to their own tooling and what it actually means to the community. Here's one from Kenny as he quotes their idiocracy, to which he replies, "They literally have no idea what their own software does or how it works." And that announcement, the wording, it's so nonchalant, like they're sunsetting some technology that nobody is using. But that could not be further from the truth. This decision by Adobe will impact so many people's livelihoods and careers. It's still very widely used by cartoonists, animators from every spectrum of the industry, all the way from students to hobbyists to professionals. You know, my day job still uses it extensively in our pipeline. And of course, I'm still using it in my game Blood and Mead. And again, if this was simply a case of them wanting to retire the tool, that's one thing, but they want to lock us out of our files. What if a game like Castle Crashers wants to do an update or roll out some kind of an expansion? They won't be able to access their files under this new system. Here's a nice showcase of some popular content made with Animate, all made at least partially with Adobe Animate. The
Now,
program
this
that
is,
Adobe
so I will say another thing too. This is a perfect example of why one of the arguments that I present against using an engine is exactly what he just said. Is that if you go back to bring something old back, say you have a game and a new platform comes out and you go, you know what, my game would be perfect on that thing. And it's on Unreal 3, right? You're kind of fucked. So even Godot, an open source platform, I would say that's a big ask for certain things, especially depending on what Godot engine you were on when you first created it and all that kind of stuff. It's still a huge ask. If you wrote your own code using a standard framework and it was in C or something like that, the proposition of putting it on a new platform suddenly gets way easier. Depending if you've structured your draws and certain things a certain way, suddenly that proposition is not unreasonable at all. So I feel the same way about engines with that proposition that he just laid out.
doesn't think deserves to exist anymore. And here Adobe just...
And I will say that's one of the reasons that concerns me about what Nintendo's starting to do with embracing Unreal so much in particular.
a few days ago wrote on their social, "We're committed to helping filmmakers and creators bring their visions to life." And Rubber Ross writes back, "That's weird because I read you're killing Adobe Animate. You know, the program that a ton of independent animators use." And here we have Ed McMillan chiming in to say, you know, hey, Binding of Isaac is made with Animate. So, you know, if Ed wanted to access any of his art files in Animate, it's going to be locked out. Fucking wild. Oh, and here's me chiming in because I also happen to use Animate for pretty much all my animation and artwork. Over 1,000 hours of animation work that I'm being now told I will not be able to access. I don't exactly know at this point what I'm going to do to deal with this. The whole idea of exporting to another format or whatever, it's not possible. It doesn't work like that, and Adobe knows it. They're just writing some PR fluff to try to cover their arse somehow, but it's not going to work. This is not a viable solution that they're offering. You know, there's all manner of secret links and websites that you can visit to get your hands on some Adobe products, but it's not really viable to scale a career and a business around these kind of approaches.
Right.
It can be a good band-aid solution, but you know, with this announcement from Adobe, man, I tell you, they're asking for it. And the ridiculous thing is, Adobe at this moment still has an active lawsuit against them from the Department of Justice and FTC for violating consumer rights. They haven't even settled this lawsuit and they're already asking for a new one. I mean, who is running this place? You know what, let's have a look.
This is Jedi Ninja 69. You would
Hey, Jedi Ninja 69. This is Jedi Ninja 420.
So the FTC investigation is against these two Adobe executives, Maninder Sawani and this dude here, David Wandani. I mean, look at this guy. Wasn't me. Absolute bozo. These people are not to be...
Oh, God, this... he needs to be careful. Fuck, he's going to attract the wrong crowd by doing that. Oh, dude, you shouldn't have done that. Ugh.
Trusted, man. Create...
I understand why he's like, look at this CEO, this douchebag.
Cloud. The first time I heard this phrase, I knew this is going to be a problem. You see, that's where these subscription models continually lead, okay? There was a time where you could just buy Adobe Animate or Flash on a disk or just have a direct download to your hard drive. It's yours forever. That's how it should be. But now with these subscription models, you don't own shit, okay? They can turn it off at any time and lock you out of your files, apparently. This is what you do now. This is kind of where we're at, you know? You know,
Blender?
it feels criminal, and that's probably
Blender to
because
the
it is
rescue.
criminal. And keep in mind, Animate/Flash was never Adobe's
Can you do plugins in
product.
Blender?
They simply bought it from Macromedia once it had already become popular.
Add-ons, yes.
That's why they could not give a shit about this software. They have no connection to it. And you know, between this, which is not so dissimilar to the bullshit Unity was trying to pull a couple of years back, you know, and then you have this Windows 11 stuff going on. You know, between all of it, I'm just getting really tired, man, of this, all this N-shitification, as it's been called. You know, it's really...
My theory is tech bros are planning a full circle to mainframes. In the future, we won't be allowed to have PCs at home. We'll have thin clients. I mean, ultimately, that could become the argument is a national security bullshit reason, right? It's for your safety that people can't own computers anymore, right? Some bullshit like that. I could see that if I was writing a sci-fi book and I was trying to futurism something. There's that, and then there's not knowing what is real anymore with anything. And instant fabrication of any media.
It's become very
Dear God, you aren't really falling for that shit, though. What shit?
apparent as to where this is all leading. So I'm glad so many people are pushing back, and that's why I'm making this video as a form of protest and also to have a bit of a rant. So anyways, I'm going to wrap up by saying, Adobe, from my gut, from my heart, from my soul.
The government that the government bullshit that I'm hearing from the U.S. Oh no. I mean, no, but the problem is it's so impossible to stop this wave of what's happening with it. There's no way to throttle it. This VPN stuff especially is impossible to get these guys to just think for a second and be like, what are you guys doing? Like, you guys clearly don't understand this, or there's an ulterior motive. Now, the two can be true, which I think is more likely, is that there is some sort of ulterior motive from somewhere, but that the representatives that we have are too stupid to realize how dumb the things are that they're proposing. So I think it's a little bit of everything, but that the government has some grand scheme and plan is no. However, should we actively push against it? Yes. Again, with the growing police state, clearly we're seeing the results of that. I'm overthinking people are stupid. And it's just like we see it and we don't push against it on the smaller scale. And then, bam, federal. And you're like, oh, shit, this is what it could really look like. And it looks really bad. What happens in the tech sphere is pure malice. Might I politely suggest we strap internet access nodes to the mesh network and cover the country in those? As civilians, it would be trivial to do. I mean, we might end up doing that, and that might end up being outlawed, too. You know what I mean? No stupidity there. I don't know. Competency, the implied competency of the government, as I'm always hesitant to buy into any of that, and especially when it starts to blend into, like, conspiracy. Lobbying, for sure, yeah. But that... Yeah, I suppose also that anyone has any moral integrity or actual axioms that they believe in is, you know, everyone seems to be for sale in politics. Right, through incompetency. I would just say, especially for the presidency now, unfortunately. The type of character you have to be able to assume the assault that's going to hit you to run for president means that you're probably not a very good person in the first place, unfortunately. As a UK dweller, I'm not judging your government. I am judging your access to free data. Yeah, surveillance state in the UK is fucking wild. And I don't know how much of it is commonplace, but the way that they handle speech there is disturbing. At least from some of the stuff that I've seen. Definitely a different attitude for policing, but equally as scary as what we're doing, just in a different vector. It's unfortunate. There's just a growing trend of authoritarianism in a lot of countries now, and I don't know how you roll that ball back. My neighbor streams a constant image to the police. He's done.
Screw you. I hope your stock price
All the local people
flatlines.
do with Ring doorbells. So in the States, a lot of people don't know this, but in the States, the police can access your Ring doorbell without you even knowing, and they can use that information. Now they're supposed to be using it to catch the bad guys, but really it can just be like, oh, we don't like what you're doing. The ability now to target an individual that's not within the political rights, the correct political angle, is disturbing. And this is from left and right, in my opinion. And the potential for abuse is always there. U.S. government Ring doorbells. Right. Well, yeah, but I'm talking about the local policing, right? So, and that more directly affects any individual. But again, see that attitude also is how we end up where we are too. And you could see this coming with the blasé reaction to the Snowden revelations and how nobody seemed to care. And I was like losing my mind. I'm like, holy shit. Like there's secret courts. We have fucking secret courts now. It's like, what the hell's going on? Contract workers can get like warrants with like, and it's like, what the fuck? We have an entire network of traffic that we're pulling in. We can see what anyone's doing. It's like, what the hell? Like, why isn't everyone freaking out? And that's where my moment happened there when, unfortunately, Obama basically lied about it. And for me, that was a big breaking point for me against all political, like the idea of ever smiling at anything a politician says. The way that I put it is, the minute you feel your lips curling up when you hear a politician talking and you feel like you agree with them, you need to get your fucking thinking cap on ASAP. Yeah. It was even before that for me, the Patriot Act. Yeah, the Patriot Act was a big one too. That was another one where I'm like, Jesus, now every time I buy a book from Barnes & Noble, they just know. Like, and so I started buying books with cash, and I looked, and I would say why, and I'd sound like a fucking lunatic. But the Patriot Act was like this huge invasion. And ultimately we end up with the biggest security theater nonsense ever when we travel by air. And our Fourth Amendment rights are constantly violated every single time we go from state to state now, just on a plane. It's wild. But they can say, oh, well, it's a thing with airspace and all that stuff, right? So in the UK, they tricked everyone into selling their private data and then totally screwed up all. Right. Yeah, that's what the ID problem is right now in a lot of the conservative states. Hey, if you want to go to this porn site, just show us your ID. It's like, oh, this is going to end fucking fantastically well. You know, I just like, it's so weird. It's so weird. These like it's not even a pendulum anymore. I don't even know how to describe it. There's the horseshoe theory of like politics, right? And you start to see that with authoritarian spectrum where everything kind of starts to look the same. And it could be left or right, and it doesn't matter. At a certain point, it all looks the same. Is Idaho one of those porn states? Yeah. Yeah. So they're you know, be still my heart, grab the fainting chair, you know, that kind of thing. And they do the whole weird stuff with alcohol as well. And there's like a strong Mormon population here. So, but that's the whole grand experiment of the United States, right? Some of it's like, this is the whole point of the states, is so that, hey, over here, we kind of think this way, and over here, we kind of think that way. So I'm also sort of against federalizing everything because we disagree with one group of people. But at the same time, some of the stuff is just complete nonsense and violates a lot of rights. But it takes, and this is on purpose, some of this stuff is to undo takes a long time, and that's by design. But by design, it should be slower to implement these things than it appears to be happening, and that's not the way it is anymore. And you see this with the 2 shootings recently with ICE. The process of justice in that is slow and molasses. But if one of theirs had been gunned down, it would be swift and instantaneous. And so it's just clearly everything's all fucking upside down right now. But anyways, that sucks. Avoid SaaS like the plague, guys. Stay away from it, especially if they're the thing that should be a no-brainer for anybody, but unfortunately isn't. If they're saving your documents, they aren't yours. Like, if they're in the cloud and you cannot put them on your computer, don't use it. Due process, right? Well, in the system, there's a common phrase in a lot of stuff, but the process is the punishment, right? A cop knows they can charge you with bullshit, and they know that you're going to end up in the system. They know that you're going to be stuck through the courts, and they know that it's going to take years for you to undo their mistake. And so, unfortunately, some of these assholes will absolutely trump up bullshit. And it could be the sticker on your car and you don't even know the reason why. It could be the color of your skin. It could be that you look like someone's dad that they hate, or whatever. Sucks. All right, let me close the door because my kids are hearing this. I don't want them to hear me getting all upset about this. Anyways, Pierlin, how you doing? How you feeling about the 4.6 release? Oh, I thought of some docs that maybe need a little bit of work. If you want me to point them your way. But I have an opinion too as well. Okay, so yeah. Let me show them to you. Let me show. Let me get them. Nice. I was looking for your name in the contribution list. I don't know how much. I don't know if they present the Godot contributors that are non-source code, but do the docs. Do they highlight the doc contributors in the releases or no? It's only source code. That's bullshit. What? All right. I'm gonna write a strongly worded letter. This is bullshit. Okay, so this I've been following Blind Drunk as a 15-year-old driving a car. I've been following Blind Drunk as a 15-year-old driving a car I was not licensed for before I ever passed my test in the U.S. By a U.S. police. They just made sure I got home. And I've been bullied by a complete moron policeman just for parking. Policing is always about the person on the day. Yeah, it's a lottery ticket. And the vehicle is how this is all happening. That it is a licensed operation vehicle, and therefore you commit these crimes. You can't signal wrong when you're crossing the street, right? Except that they made like jaywalking a crime and stuff. But it's the vehicle that's the trap with all of this stuff. And unfortunately, there's just no undoing it. Talking about the blue, hell yeah, we are. I don't even know how it came up, actually. We're talking more about SaaS. We're watching a video of the guy who's making that Blood and Mead game getting screwed by Adobe. Adobe Animate is like, hey, we're not going to exist in 2027 and all your files are going to no longer work. And it was too, Bob. Yeah, we were talking about something about software and it was software and security and stuff. I imagine Adobe's going to roll back on some of that stuff. They might, but it is a business opportunity and it's a risky one. But if you can figure out how to decompile the save files and then restructure the software to do the exact same thing as Adobe's, you could take in all those customers. But it is strange from a business perspective that you would just nuke that base of customers. It's free money. So, but this is what happens when you're this big company and everything's just a number on a spreadsheet. And it's probably like, oh, well, let's amortize some losses here because we're losing money. Or some bullshit like that, right? Getting all contributors is a lot of effort. It's not just the docs, but also bindings, extension, all the repositories. So the remark at the end of the Reels page thinking everyone is fine. All right. Let me show you the thing that that I ran into that was not documented. Hang on a second. My son's screaming in pain. And then the grosser thing is even after the police fuck up is to watch the local DAs and judges continue to prosecute obviously bullshit stuff. That's the part that's so sick about it. And so then you can be wrongly, like it can be wrong originally. It can be wrong with the judge, and the DA will pursue the charges even though they shouldn't. And then after all of that, you can still get it undone, but it's such a pain. Johnson, thank you for coming in. I'm going to stop talking about this now that I'm getting rated. Anyways.
Cool. You think it's cool? It's cool.
Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Let me do a shout out to Johnson. We have a special Johnson shout out. There we go. The mailroom. Who is Pepe Sylvia? Find out in the mailroom. Coming soon. Yeah, I was just gonna show Pure Lynn real quick. There's some docs here that need a little lovin'. Okay, here's where it is. So it's not audio stream polyphonic, but it is interactive, and this might be multiple other ones. Audio stream interactive. Right here, there's no mention of audio stream playback interactive. So, gotta run, but I'll be back soon. All right, well, welcome in, everybody. We're making a game about cutting down trees with a chainsaw. Pretty much the pitch. I'm pitching it as Power Shop Simulator or Power Wash Simulator, but you're cutting a tree down. So that's the idea, okay? Okay. Okay, so let me explain further here really quick. So we have audio stream, and then this isn't it. This is all weird how this works. It's not audio stream. No, it's not this one. Let me look at my code. This will help me. Let me look at the code really quick. It's not under game. Where did I put this? It might be under game. Maybe I did it under game. I don't know what I did. Maybe it's on the chainsaw. It's been a while since I've streamed. Is it controller chainsaw? There it is. Maybe it's here. Yes. Okay. So, audio stream player. Okay, here's where everything sort of breaks down and the docs are weak, Pure Lynn, if you're still here. Okay. So audio stream player here has a function called get stream playback. Okay. This returns the audio stream playback of this node, usually the most recently created by Play. Okay. So that returns, if we're looking at the scene here, let me show you the scene. And we go over to the chainsaw. So we have an audio stream player 3D. And then we can assign to it the what it's let me see. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure this out again. Here it is. So this, sorry, we have the audio stream player 3D, and then we have the stream here. And in this case, the stream is an audio stream interactive. Okay, so in the docs here, get play. Sorry. Get stream playback returns this. Okay, but then here's where the docs break down. Okay, so it doesn't actually get this. Okay. It doesn't actually get, yes, it does get the playbacks. Okay. Here's where the breakdown is, where I was struggling when I was reading the docs, but specifically with interactive. Okay. I promise I'm getting to what I'm trying to get to here. Okay, so if we go to, say, Polyphonic and Audio Stream Interactive. So Audio Stream Interactive, right here it says playback control is done via the Audio Stream Playback Polyphonic instance. Okay? And so this has a reference to it, and it says here, which can be obtained with the get stream playback, okay? But if you go to interactive, there's no mention of that. So my suggestion is to just, it basically should be identical, where it says this again here. I have no idea what any of this means. I didn't either until I figured it out. I guess I should probably do I'll figure out how to try and do a submission. The most important one is the first one, though, that I told you about, where a tree potentially kills a player by hitting him in the chest. Yes. When you're done later, I have 5 timestamps for things that should possibly be done in your game. It's people doing stupid things with trees. People doing dumb stuff at work videos. Yeah, so it's like tree cutters doing stuff. It's coming. Let me show you the sound stuff, what we got going on here. Okay? And the saw. So please ignore, this is all a prototype. So we go here, we have a little laser. Please ignore the laser is being a little weird. It's bigger the closer the thing is. Or I guess maybe that, no, see, seems further away from us. It's too big here. I don't know if it has something to do with the mesh or not. But anyways, so we can go here and we can bring out our chainsaw. We do that. I'll just face here. Okay. And then we hear the sound, right? And this is on a loop. And so what we're going to work on today is the revving sound. But the way this is going to work is you have this little dot, and the dot is where the cut center is going to be. So as you move towards the dot, you're heading towards the center point. So when you move the saw around, it's always pointing to that point. Okay? And then when we leave the saw, it turns off. So what I wanted to work on really quick was getting the revving sound going. Yeah, one part of the docs tells you how to find a thing where you go in the docs and that thing is not mentioned. So now we have this. Where did you get the record of me recording of me sleeping? Yeah. Here's my breakdown is, you're my hero. Oh, God. Anyways. Well, much love to everybody out there. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome in if you're still here. Appreciate it. We just reached 14, how do you say that? 1400? No. Yeah. Yeah, 1400. We just reached 1400 followers on my last stream, dev stream. which is pretty cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, it was cool. And okay, so so for the chainsaw stuff, so we have a state here for the chainsaw, whether it's running, whether we're shutting it off. Now we need like a rev. We need like a rev for it, right? So, or I guess it is running. Idle? Should it say idle? Idle's probably the right term here. It's idling. Well, okay, so what do we call it? The engine is running, but then when we squeeze the trigger, what are we calling that? Describing the problem. Okay. Getting close to 2,400. And almost 10 of them are real. Ah, dude. So for me, JD, it's the follow and then the instant chatting, where I get really suspicious of if this is someone who's going to try to do a crypto coin or whatever the hell. And it sucks because like it's sometimes it's like a legit thing, or they're going to say something awful. You know, that's always a possibility too. So anyways, so that's the way the saw is going to work. We're going to try and get towards the cutting thing. We can cut branches, but right now the way the branches fall, we don't like. We're using a joint system, which we have, and I can show you that here with the test branch. So this is how we want the branches to actually fall. Let me show you what that looks like here. Yeah, dude, that's the healthiest way to approach it, for sure. I'm with you on that 100%. Yeah. What sucks is you can grow a lot by not being genuine, but it is, for me, going that route is mentally draining, and it's because it's performative, right? And it just kills me. All right, so here's us cutting the branch, and then snap, the branch falls. So that's what we're going to go for when the branch cuts and falls. This is what we're going to go for when we're actually up close and we're slicing it. We're going to divide, subtract from the mesh. And so imagine that this flat sheet here represents the blade of the chainsaw cutting into something. And then we can subtract from the mesh. Thusly, we're going to add a joint on the mesh, just like we have on our test branch here when we're cutting. As the amount that we cut gets lower and lower, that's where you're going to see that kind of give that's happening there. And so it'll look like this. Yeah. I have no, killing it. I average 10 to 14. At one point it's 30 to 40, but well. Oh, JD, that's not it. I don't know though. There's also something to just not knowing who you're, dude. People have biases, man. And unfortunately, the minute you flip that camera on, it becomes another pattern of selection that people subconsciously or consciously elect to employ in their life, and it fucking sucks. So, but I don't think that's it. Dude, it ebbs and flows. I mean, I don't pay attention to my, one thing I don't do when I'm streaming at all is I don't have the view count going whatsoever, because I can't. I would lose my mind if I saw that number going up and down in real time. And then I had the chat thing set up and it was like, oh, so-and-so joined. And then so-and-so left. And I was instantly like, nope, I can't do that. So like even seeing who's in chat, I don't have any of that, because it's like, that just is so, for me, it's like I'll spiral. But I think it has to do with the projects you're working on. And who knows, it's so selective. It's so selective. And you know, I mean, we're not girls. If we were doing this and we're girls, that would 10x generally. It's like how it works. And I think that's possibly also that there's just like people are thirsty, choice of words, but they want some other kind of engagement from somebody different than themselves. So I think that's a big part of it too. So, but I don't know. It's yeah. It comes and goes. I definitely, it's weird because dude, JD, I've been doing this for almost 6 years now, and that's I have like my growth is so small, you know. So it's like you can definitely get in your head about it, and I do certainly do that too. Nathir, how's it going? In my opinion, having a big channel would be awful. That is the explicit anti-goal for me. Yeah, dude, it's the chat, and your chat's already pretty a lot, Mud. When you stream, your chat's cooking, and for me, that would be a huge, like, it would slow me. Even this is like, not a lot, and it's but a huge engaged chat. It is weird that ultimately some people just grow into such scale, and this kind of happened. It sounds like it happened with Pirate Software, where just being the thing that they are, the personality that they are, means that they can literally just sit there and talk to chat and just be successful, which is kind of wild. My studio programs can automatically do loops for the audio, although it actually sucks unless you know how to use it, to be honest. Would you like me to dig around in the available audio for some idle loops? Sure. I mean, the one I cut one up and it seems to be doing good, but if you want to, yeah, what I need is a way of generating the buzzing sound where you can, there's the startup when you first hit the button, and then when you release, there's a release sound for the chainsaw buzz to naturally go back to the idle. And then just a good loop where you're just holding it down. And then maybe I'll have to set it up where we can like pump it. But what is that called on a chainsaw when you hold down a trigger? Because in a car, that's like pumping the gas. Or you're... Let's see. Revving? That's what I want to call it. But I feel like there's probably like people who use chainsaws probably call it something. Throttling? Yeah, that could be it. Let's see. Throttle is probably first chain brake. The chain brake has two purposes. First, it can steer the chain when changing position, moving between cuts, or starting a cold saw, which requires a partially open throttle. AI says throttle. Yeah, it sounds like it's throttle. Safety throttle. Yeah, so there's generally something you have to hold down in order to squeeze the trigger. Squeeze the upper way of trigger. Engine throttle. Throttle. So we'll call it throttle. Do we call it idle or running if it's on and we're not pulling the throttle? So we'll say state is throttle. Throttling. Throttling is the actual thing. Revving is the abstract everyday username for it, I would say. Idle, yeah. And instead of none, I guess we could say off. I think revving's probably right. So you open the throttle to rev. And is revving 2Vs? Yeah. But I feel like revving is actually like when you're not engaged with it. So like revving is like you're holding it up and you're going ring ring ring, right? But I feel like when you're thinking about it from a throttle perspective, that's when you're actively using the saw, but I'm sure it doesn't really matter. The engine's electric or gas do revolution, so it's legit. Okay. We'll say revving. We're going to stick with revving. You're revving by opening the throttle. And it's a throttle that closes how much fuel is hitting it, right? Probably. Just like an engine. Dude, how do chainsaws work as an engine? They don't have pistons. I'm not even familiar with the mechanics of a chainsaw as a working engine. Will the chainsaw have a gas gauge? Do the chickens have large talons? So there's a combustion chamber. This is exhaust. Piston. It does have a piston. Somewhere in here. So it's just like a car, except instead of, this is the piston. Is this the piston? No, but there's a piston here. There's a piston? Really? Huh. And then there's the crankshaft. This is just like on a car, right? And then the case is the whole thing here. Transfer port. And there's a spark plug. Okay. So but there's a piston, really? What kind of what's like a small piston look like on something like this? Aren't they usually a little two-stroke engine? Looks like it. Would I get sued if I made an FPS game where you play with ants with guns called Valorant? Do it! Valorant. Oh no, I unplugged the... Uh-oh. Did I screw up the camera for you guys? Let's see if I can fix it. Uh-oh. I done screwed it up. Hang on a second. There we go. Look at my G4 shirt. Old school. I never actually had cable to watch G4. It was always at, like, the in-laws. That was a weird time. We were in this weird period in the early aughts. That was the peak Booth Babe thing, and then it all just sort of went under, which is probably a good thing, right? But that was a weird time. The whole G4 era stuff, that was bizarre. It was Is this the video of the stuff going on?
Some moms have a village. I have the skylight.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, this is a bad idea. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh no. Was that it? Oh God, I don't want to look. I don't want to see anyone die. Yeah, we gotta have moments like this in the game. For sure. What are they doing? Why would they even... Okay, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not a tree cutter. Yeah, he probably lost some teeth. That sucks. Yes, we have to have these moments. Next clip? Okay. I just don't want to see anyone die.
In a world of ocean violation.
Okay, that's pretty funny. I like that he held on. Okay. There are no deaths. Okay, thank you. Oh, yep, I've seen this one. This is a moment we want to have in the game. Yep. Oh, that's okay. We already know where this is headed. We're in the ice and the snow. That's probably packed snow, so that's all black ice underneath it or something. I don't want to watch that. These are all moments we want in the game. Just naturally. And that's the fun thing about physics is these things just happen. What is he doing? So that's why you cut underneath, boys. Get off that branch. Only 2 more. Dropping the chainsaw. Oh, yeah. That's on a belt or on a tether. Oh, I closed chat. Hang on. I screwed it up. Let me go back. Oh. I just was watching a video about this. This is especially in the forests when they're cutting out old trees that have been felled already just naturally. It's actually incredibly dangerous because of that, because they'll be weaved in between other trees and there'll be forces that are waiting to explode out of the cut. Yeah. So you really have to examine where everything is and where the forces are being applied, so when you do your cut, you know that it's not going to come like at you and like crack ribs and stuff or kill you. But apparently the guys that go out into the forests and like clear brush and everything to try to stop fires from getting fed by dead wood and stuff, I think sometimes those guys just go missing. Okay. Yes, I'm with you 100% on all this. Anyways, that's it. All right. So for now, the prototype is strictly a tall. The plan is to have a tall evergreen tree that's growing mostly straight, with mostly straight branches coming out the sides of it. Yeah. And I think then just it's all about just getting the physics right. Sometimes the wood should be able to get alive and smack the. So long as we get enough joints and we have that bending force to it, we can have all this happen. Now, the way that it split in half and only half of the wood came out, that would be really hard to figure. But having it when the wood cuts that it shoots forward, that's easier for us to manage with our system. At least the way I'm imagining implementing it so far. So we can still have the same effect, but not the realism of the way that the fibers work in a tree and how they can split and the tension of it and all that stuff. That's like super simulation stuff that we're not going to concern ourselves with. So, okay, so now we need to loop a revving sound. We need the startup of a rev and the cooldown of a rev. So what we're going to look at is Audacity. And then thankfully, lucky for us, Bob was nice enough to purchase some audio for us to help out on all this. And so I know I saved this project, but that's our startup and start down. This is the idle shut off. So we might be able to do the sound from this. That has everything we need right there. So we might be able to make a loop out of this, but I think the rev is probably not long enough to make it really satisfying. But this leading into back to idle is probably okay. So what we could first try to do is just have that moment of you press the button, this sound happens, and we go back to idle. How about that? So I'm not sure why it blew, why does it suddenly look like what it looks like? Why is this so big all of a sudden? How do I shrink the actual wave? How did we get to be so big? Oh, we zoomed. Okay. So this is the idle, and then this is where we start the actual saw sound. So we're going to delete here. And then we'll call this like full rev. See, how did this get all zoomed in? It's like scaled up now. We didn't increase the volume on it. It's harder for me to read it now. How did that happen? That's zoom out. No. Fit project width. No. I don't know. That sucks. Okay, let's go back and play it again. Okay. So we can probably ease back into the idle from here. We'll just go right there. Okay, so we'll call this rev. We'll say chainsaw full rev. And I guess it should be rev with 2 V's, right? Or is the abbreviation rev, is that just 1 V? Okay, so we export our audio here. We already have this set up the way we want it. It's going out into this audio. There's the new one. And now we have the rev sound. So now we need to add the rev sound to the chainsaw scene. Let's go ahead and close this out. There's our laser draw. There's our... And we worked on some test procedural generation. Let's go ahead and put this over on 3 or 5, I guess. So it's just over there. And let's go back to game for now. Audio stream player. Here we go. So we're just going to do the rev. So quick load, rev, chainsaw full rev. And there's no auto advance, so it's just waiting. Zoom in with your cursor on the little left panel with 1. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So this just scales the waveform, but it's not increasing the volume. How did I do that? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. That's useful. Okay. Okay, so we have our rev, chainsaw full rev. That's the name of it. And right now we have these as fixed. So chainsaw rev should be all the way on the right. So we have off, idle, and cutting. These really should be, so chainsaw start 0, 1, 2, and 3. We're not using these numbers though. We're switching to... So we almost need our own sort of lookups for this in order for this to work right for us. And this is on, okay, so then... What we do need is they know they're going to do what they're going to do, right? They know that they're going to hit start and then idle, and then we call shut off, right? So what we need is some sort of lookup dictionary for the state of what sound we're going to start playing from. State starting sound lookup. I don't know, guys. This is kind of crappy. This is a dictionary, and this needs to be a var. Oh, it is a var. What am I doing? So state starting sound lookup is a dictionary of state. And then we can design this ourselves right here. So we're just going to build out a dictionary. And we're going to say that for state idle, we start with 0. State revving, we start with 3. Still magic numbers. Is that bad? I don't know. Type dictionaries require exactly 2 element types. So we need state and then int. Okay. So now we have a lookup. And then we say state starting sound lookup shut off. Or no, we don't have a shut off sound. Switch to clip. So to be sure, we're going back to idle. We're going to say switch to clip. Audio stream playback interactive, switch to clip. Shut off. So this one should be shut off. And then this one should be idle. And that's state. And actually, we know what it is because we're doing a match statement on it. So we just go like this. And so idle, revving, and shut off. And shut off is 2. Okay. So now we have idle, and we're going to change to revving. Now we know that these all loop, so really what we want to do is from the start play. The problem is I believe it stops playing if and also, so we're doing this here too. This should probably be right, but we have to be playing in order to get the stream playback. See, this is a little jank right here. Because we're going to go from revving back to, so what we'll do is we'll just do a little check here. If audio stream player, is there like playing? So if we're not playing, then we need to set up everything to start running. We're going to try to design the audio so that it never stops playing. If it's doing one thing, it's in a loop. And then when the player input changes, that's what affects the sound that's playing, at least so far with this. So for revving, we just change the state over to our state, which is revving. So actually, it's kind of looking more and more like we don't even need to do a match state anymore. Because so far, we're not doing anything. But we do because the states are going to affect what you're visually seeing. And so we're going to add some animation stuff to the chainsaw that we're not doing just yet. So we're not going to undo any of this code because we need it for future stuff. So we'll keep it the way it is. It's fine. This is why you do states anyways, right? Okay, so it's just kind of funny because all of these are changing over to, but some of them like off. So we have shut off. So shut off is we're going off. maybe we say, instead of shut off, we just say off. And then if the prior state was something, if it was running, then we run the shut off sound. Otherwise, if somehow we're at off and nothing else was playing, then nothing will happen. This is the code I wrote to handle my states. Yeah, so this, a lot of the crossfade and everything, at least for this particular interactive thing, we can do all that in here now. So if we go to here, edit transitions, this is where we can control the fading and everything in the Godot. Supposedly, I'm worried that this is focused too much around the idea of BPM and stuff. And so this might be too musically thinking with this. But here you can affect the different behaviors of transitions between one state and another. And by state, I just mean between one, if it's playing one stream and you're moving to the other one. But yeah, I'll take a look at that. I did not use any fancy meta controls because you expressed cookedness. I don't remember using that term. I find that most of the time for me, I just need a match statement for a state, typically. It was undercooked. Yeah, said it was undercooked. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. Well, a lot of the prototype stuff, everything that I'm doing, I'm going to say that for sure. It's just like, I'm not there yet. We're getting there. Revving. Yeah, you don't want to take the cake out of the oven too early. Although undercooked cookies, I'm a fan. Yeah, so this approach here, we don't need the multiple audio stream players in 3D. Or we don't need the multiple audio stream players in theory. They're all here already. So that's what they're referring to as clips. Okay, so we have our revving state. So now how do we rev, guys? What do we press to rev? Left mouse button? That seems pretty good. Chainsaw trigger, we already have it. Right now we're calling it cutting. But we're not actually cutting. We're going to be revving. What we need to know is that what state. So we're moving into revving. We want to be able to just bust the chainsaw out and ring it, right? We just want to be able to do that. Is action pressed? Chainsaw trigger. We are revving. If action is released and then revving feels like it should be analog. I agree, but we are using computer as well. I'm with you on that. It'd be kind of cool to use the mouse wheel for that, but definitely on laptop, not everybody has mouse wheel. How you doing, Doddle? Let's say, for now, we're just going to say we go back to idle. And yeah, we do need to run out of gas. Luna says 100% right. Right now, we don't have the fuel. We don't have a concept of fuel just yet. So when we hold down the chainsaw trigger, we are revving. We're switching to that clip. If we release, we switch back to idle. And see what happens. Switch to clip on null value. So I think we have to hit play first. Is that right? Hell yeah. But we don't want that popping sound to come back. So when we go back to idle, if we're already, what we don't want is to start the idle. So we need a prior state to compare to. And you can hear the idle is still going when we're doing that. So we need to stop the idle sound. So when we rev, we actually want to... So we are saying switch to clip. Let's listen again. Let's turn on our listening ears and see what it sounds like when we rev. Because it sounds like it's still idling when we rev. I feel like I can hear that. Where's M? We need M. Might have to put on my headphones. So I don't think it's actually stopping. So what does switch to clip do? Let's look at that. Audio stream playback, interactive. Switch to clip. I'm hearing both. Are you guys hearing both? Like a sine wave. Yeah. It's not behaving the way I'm expecting it to. See, that time I released the button. I held it down all the way. So we're getting there. I think it's a fade. I think there's probably some default fade value for transitions. So what I don't understand is the transition from idle loop to, is this to this one? Transition 2. So we want to go from transition to, oh, look at this. So chainsaw idle loop. I don't understand what I'm looking at here, guys. From and to. So from idle loop to full rev, enable, transition from is immediate, transition to clip start, same position, clip start, fade mode is disabled. So it's immediate. But this is a big hint that the fade mode is set to something by default. Okay, I do hear it running. That chugging sound is still happening. You just set where in an audio loop you start, and then you can use the same idle and just set an offset. So they allow you to set all directions. So you're saying, in theory, clip start, same position, previous position, filler clip, hold previous. I don't know what any of this shit means. None of this is documented. Like, I can't find anything here about this stuff. Says for music, but not sound effects. Okay, so if it's not for sound effects, is there anything in Godot that's like this that I can do loops and then we can switch to another sound and it's just one place to manage a thing's sound? I thought polyphonic. So this is a single player, but polyphonic, it look music related, as you said. I sent you the 200 lens. I did. I gave up and used that. That's not a good sign. So there's really nothing. It's not really designed around something where you're designing. There's nothing in Godot, as far as we can tell so far, that is around for audio, that is based around the idea of designing sound behavior, save for maybe using animation player and state machines or something like that, right? It feels like this is something that should just exist in a sound world, not I'm throwing in an animation player and doing something weird with states in there. But that's sort of like what if we're stuck, you can use that thing. Yeah. I mean, it's working for now. But yeah, it definitely seems music related. Clip count. This is all for setting things up. Yeah, but it's just, I think because it's related around BPM. Switch to clip by name. Switch to clip. Get current clip index. See, I'm thinking that it's doing like fading and stuff because you like match BPMs and then you sort of, maybe it's automatically trying to quote unquote scale meet the BPM of the other track. So if you're telling it to transition from one track to another and the BPMs don't match, it'll slowly increase the BPM, right? It's probably doing stuff like that. Yeah, it does look broken. Here's the deal. I know one person worked on all this new stuff. So I don't want to shit on this and hurt anyone's feelings, because I get it. To be the first, right? Mariano was the first to do the tile mapping stuff for Godot, for instance, before it changed in 4. Some people actually prefer it in 3. I do. So that's me. I don't like this. I don't like the 2D tile mapping stuff in 4. Shh. But in my scripts, I made it fade like 0.4 seconds because that is audible but not annoying. If it was supposed to be invisible near the end, the sounds match, you would do like 40 milliseconds. So for me, this is a tough problem because this is a what do you call it when you compare every possibility in a graph? You have one set of columns that's the same choices, and then another set, and then the rows are the same choices, and the columns are the same choices, and so now you can get every single intersecting possibility, right? And so that's what this is here. It's just it's underbaked, for sure. And this definitely, in my opinion, feels like something that they would throw down here normally. So for this to be something that pops up here and isn't something that's just active down here when you choose this. Oh my God, I didn't know you could do this. Look at this. You can see the starting point of the Phantom camera. I had no idea. Sorry. Just discovered that. Yeah, that's the type of grid you have. Yeah. I've done this professionally for decades, thousands of times for the yeah. If then you would do like 40 milliseconds if the sounds matched. I see. So another thing that drives me nuts about Godot is we cannot preview the sound right now through the mixer that would be used for it inside here, which is insane in my opinion. And I built an add-on that just exposes a player that runs through the set audio bus, so you could hear what it would actually sound like in the game without having to run the game. Mine builds them in. Yeah, I've done the same thing. Okay, I'm gonna look through your stuff really quick. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go brush my teeth. Something about drinking coffee in the mornings. I always want to brush my teeth afterwards. And then we'll get back to this. I'm gonna if I yeah, I'll be right back. We're gonna continue on this. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna stew on this a little bit. I'm gonna get the water to a boil and then bring it down to a simmer. I'm gonna simmer on this. And so we're gonna let them simmer. You know, you say let them cook, but I think there should also be let them simmer. It's not really cooking either. Cooking is that I'm doing something, I'm going at it, right? And then there's like, let me think. And I would say that's let me simmer. It's like a different thing. It's more like we're making a broth. Tapir, how's it going? Good morning. I'm starting my coffee right now. Nice. I do a French press for our coffee. We grind the beans in the morning and then we, makes for pretty good coffee. I'm not like a coffee snob kind of guy. I don't watch that one dude with the like hipster face and everything. But I do prefer not having coffee over a carafe. That's just like we're beyond that, guys. We don't work on an oil tanker. We do not need to have coffee from a fucking carafe, okay? Nothing like burnt grinds in the morning for a real man. Anyways, I'll be right back. We're doing audio today, mostly, and then also cutting. Okay, fine, leave. I'll be right back, I'll show you what's going on. Okay, well, if we're gonna bring Bob in for audio, we're gonna build something that allows Bob to work and can commit something, and then we don't have to think about stuff too much. I have audio questions? No audio questions. M would say to use Fmod. I mean, I have things I have to set up here. Hang on a second. I gotta help my wife with the kids again. I'll be right back. Jocelyn got 3rd place on Rhythm and Goose. Oh my God. Sorry. I gotta help my wife. She's juggling two kids. They're tearing her apart. I'll be right back. She's like, what's his name in Rebel Without a Cause? Except instead of the parents, it's the children. Okay, we're back. Didn't you have a chainsaw sound question? Not really a question. I'm trying to use some Godot elements, but I don't think M would know anything about them as far as no, we have to build the loop and all that kind of stuff. Here's what we got going on for the chainsaw right now. got this, and then we can press the mouse button to rev it. But we got to do a little bit of design on everything. The problem is we appear to be using something that is meant for music. And it has this idea of transitions and beats. So it looks like we can say to fade over a certain number of beats from one end to the other, but we're not dealing with beats, right? So, but this whole thing is just really awkward looking and hard to parse. It's the music of chainsaws. I can offer general feedback. Yeah. So that's the popping sound of the pull, the chain, the whatever that's called when you pull it back and let go. When we rev, it fires again. So we need to not have that happen when we go back on our loop. So if we go from a full rev, let me open up the project again. So what we do need to do is keep track of our last state. Okay. And if we're revving and we're going back to idle, then what we want to do is go back to the idle loop, which now suddenly this isn't going to work for us, this dictionary idea. This is shit. Okay, that should fix that. But this is still... Is it 2-stroke, 4-stroke? I don't know. Doesn't sound very powerful. Still plays like something's not right here. Oh. We go to 1. Go to 1. There we go. Normal chainsaw. Typical chainsaw. There we go. Okay. Now let's try and get our revving going. So we're going to go over here and we're going to try and figure this out. Oh, this is awful. So we have to do some kind of blending. So this ain't gonna work, guys. Yep. We're in the wrong loop. Why is it not? How do you do this shit? All right, we're going to go with that for now. Try some oil, maybe. You know what? I don't need all of this sass. How do we add a new track? We're just doing it. We just got to get something going. Start rev. Rev loop. And rev. Okay. All right. So we don't have full rev anymore. Or we do, but we don't want to use it. Chainsaw start rev. And then this one goes to the next one, which is the loop. Auto advance. Rev loop. Full rev. This is start rev. Rev loop. See, now we're changing it from rev, so it's start rev to then rev loop, so it should be loop rev. Okay, and then end. Chainsaw end. So this one leads to auto advance is enabled, and then it goes straight to chainsaw rev loop. Okay. And then end rev should probably automatically just head to idle loop. Then I don't have to do anything, right? Idle loop. Okay. Robin, how's it going? Okay. So now we have a bunch more numbers here. Let's go to the mall, everybody. Do 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 do. Okay, we're gonna put this over here so we can see everything. Nice. I opened the issue for the design. Nice. I don't have to do anything. I'm just like, that's broken. Somebody else is like, I'll tell him. I'm like, hell yeah. So really then we say revving, and then we're going to have a state called end rev. Maybe. But see, this implies that it's going to go back to... So really what we're going to do is if our state was revving, we're just going to play 5, which will go back to... It'll play the end rev, and then it'll go back to... So then here we say we play revving, and that's chainsaw start rev, and then it should just loop. Okay, so now if I hold the trigger down, it'll do that nasty loop that we've made. Maybe. And then it should just go back to a good clean idle. So let's see. Oh, I fucked it up because the laser wasn't out. So much of this is held together with duct tape. Okay. What happened? It stopped playing anything. Where did our window go? I lost the, uh-oh. I lost the inspector and everything when I split it out. She's somewhere. There she is. There we go. Oh, shy little inspector. Inspector. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Oh, it's not set to loop. Chainsaw rev loop. We gotta set this to loop, baby. Re-import. There we go. Let's try it again. It's stacking. It's all stacking. I can hear it. There's no, it's not just going from one to the other. It's got some sort of auto transition bullshit. No, it doesn't. The loop is bad. I know the loop is bad. We already knew that. Fade mode is disabled. We have automatic, we have crossfade. So we could try that. So this is the idle loop to the rev, and then we have the rev to the loop. So rev from to, this doesn't make any sense. Which is the from? Is this the from and this is the to? So we go from this to the loop. See, this is real shitty. It's weird because what you would do is all of this should be here. Like this should just have all of these here for every single one. but it doesn't. Because they're showing this stuff here instead. This needs work. This is undercooked. Crossfade. Transition to same position. Clip start. Transition from is immediate. Use transition. So this transition I've created to use. I guess. Why is this changing size? Because I do enable. I guess because we're adding it here. There's no filler clip. All right, let's see what this does. I don't think M can guide me on this. This is like a weird thing that I'm using. Okay, we're getting there. So that loop is right now. So then we need to do the same thing for the transition. So we go from the loop to the end rev. So we say from loop to end rev. And we are going to do it immediate from the start of the clip, crossfade, and then this is the number of beats, but we don't have beats for this. Although we could set BPM on here, and then we could use that to determine the timing, the seconds. But I'm not going to touch that. Let's see how it sounds now. You could brainstorm and open a new position. So 0 is 0. Just use 0. Yeah, that's what we're doing. There we go. That sounds better. So obviously our loop is shit, right? Because I'm not an audio designer. But it sounds good now. You guys, so I'm holding down the mouse button. Letting go. And we go back to the loop, the idle loop. You can hear the chain. Do you hear that chain, Doddle? The chain's loose on this chainsaw too. You can hear it when you let go of the rev. The chain's too loose. Yeah. Oh, geez. Seriously? We're going to allow that. Too, Bob. Twitch was like, whoa, buddy, that's out of line. It's like, Twitch, you need the context. Jesus. Twitch. A little smoke, a little shake. Yeah, now we gotta animate this son of a bitch. Okay. And we don't, the model that we have doesn't, the chain isn't even a thing. It's not, it doesn't even look like a chain. So for now, we're not going to have the chain moving, but we can get that going. But we need smoke coming out of it, right? We need smoke when you rev, a little bit of, and then of course we need what's this? I'm going to mute it. 10 hours of chainsaw. Ooh. See, that's a fast one. That one's fast. That's got to be a 4-stroke, right? That thing's fast. Woo! All right, anyways. That's a good video if you ever want to annoy your neighbors. So, I'm having a flashback, and one of my buddies who's never in the chat here, but I've spoken about with Lunesta. I won't say his name in real life because then if he ever shows up in chat, I'm going to be doxing him. But I was in video production in high school. My my sophomore and my senior year. And somehow we got into connection with, this is like, we almost had some old guy diddle our drumsticks kind of scenario that ended up happening. It was really weird, guys. Somehow some guy found out that we did that stuff, and he was making a children's program. And he implied that he was going to pay us. Let me explain. Hold on. Hold on. He implied that he was going to pay us, right? To help him film some B-roll for a children's show. Okay? All right. So we get in his dad's car, and he drives us to a city that's 2 cities away from where we live, and he drops us off, and then we have to walk to this guy's house, right? This is getting weird. And as we're doing it, we're both like, wait a minute. This is weird, right? Like we're just like, all of a sudden it all clicks together. We're like, wait a minute, something's going on here. So we get to his house and he's like got television equipment. So we're like, oh, this guy's legit. He has cameras that we've never used. It's like Betamax or whatever. It's like using the high definition tape, and the tapes are like enormous and the cameras are huge and they have actual like, it's like real equipment. And we're like, whoa, I've never even, and I'm just like, oh, the camera's amazing. I've never even done anything with this before. And it's like 500 pounds. And anyways, and so we both get these like crazy television quality cameras, and we're like super excited to be able to even use them. And we're like, okay, well, what are we doing? Like, you needed us to shoot something. Oh, and here's the other weird thing. He wanted us to bring a video that we had shot where we basically were just dicking around doing our own like quote unquote like Blair Witch thing, right? He ended up taking that video and stealing it from us. So he never gave it back, right? So it just got weirder and weirder though, because we go and everything seems fine. And then he's like, okay, well, what we're going to do is I have a chainsaw and I'm going to go out and cut all this wood that I have in the yard. He's going to cord all this wood. And we're like, oh, okay. And he's like, yeah, kids love this stuff. So we're just going to film a bunch of me cutting wood. and then I'll put it into this show that he's working on. So the part where things get like back to weird again is he takes his shirt off. I don't even know. Should I even be saying this? So he's cutting wood, and then at some point he's just like, oh, I'm just going to take my shirt off. And so we're sitting there and we're filming this guy, and we're just like, we're going to get diddled. He's going to diddle our drumsticks. Like, this is bad. Like, something bad's going to happen. Luckily nothing did. But it's like, dude, this is for a kid's show. What are you taking your shirt off for? So we're pretty sure maybe something weird was going on there. We got out. We were safe. No drumsticks were diddled. But that was very weird. That was a weird thing, and my friend will never let me live it down to this day, where I almost got us in a situation where our drumsticks were diddled with. So it was incredibly weird. And we were just like, now this guy's got a chainsaw out. He's going to fucking kill us. Like, we just like in our heads, like we're both doing the like eye thing where we're like looking at each other and like sending each other telepathic signals of like, and we're just like, you know, if he does anything, you jump him, like we're going to like take him down. Like, we're just like mentally preparing to like have to fight this guy to the death if he's going to try and chainsaw us. But I just don't think he was thinking at all. He was just not thinking about what he was doing. And then he never paid us. But it could have gone either way. Yeah, and then he never paid us. So that was weird. It was like our entire weekend, one of the days out of our weekend gone, which we were in high school. So I was like 18. This is why we need the Second Amendment. I was like, I'm gonna bash his skull in with this camera if I have to, if he tries to do anything, because like this thing was like, it was like a television camera that was designed to be on a tripod, and he was having us shoot it like on our shoulder. It was like supposed to be. It was a studio camera. It wasn't even supposed to be like shoulder mounted or anything. This thing was like 5 million pounds. You know what? It's the same kind of camera that Roland is using right now, where it has like this weird, it had this weird ghosting thing going on. If you panned it super fast, you would get like this ghosting effect on it. And I don't know if that meant that the lenses were like something about the way that the light was coming in was wrong, or something was wrong with the lenses. But yeah. I've also had a similar story where some dude had me tear apart a studio for a day, fix a vault, and didn't pay me at about the same age, pro equipment. Yeah. Oh, fix a fault, like an electrical thing. Teenagers get ripped off all the time. Yeah, it happened to us again. We started doing like yard work for people, and this one lady tried to ghost us. We were working on her yard, and she's like, "Oh, I got to go run a few errands, and then I'll be back." And we were doing all this yard work, and we were done. And she left her daughter there, which we felt really weird about, because she was younger, and it just was like, if we get accused of something, it's us against, like, it was just really weird. And she like left, and then she was going to pay us when we were done. And then we ended up having to sit there for like 3 hours and wait for this lady to come back and pay us. She was going to try to ghost us. And we just were like, no, we're just going to sit around and wait. Don't mess around with people when they do manual labor like that, because we could have easily just torn up her stuff and just been like, no, never mind. Or just taken all the stuff we'd done and poured it back out onto the ground or something. Yep, different life, same stories. Yeah. Yeah, it happens a lot with the teenagers, I think. And it sucks, because that's like you're getting your feet into the, and you know, you're working on it, and you're like, oh man, I could make a whole career out of this. Like, I love it. I'm working outside, I'm getting good exercise and everything. And then bam, first customer we had is like, I'm not going to pay you. It's like, well, we did everything you asked. Yeah, back in the kids would egg and TP at his house. Shitty adults get away with too much these days. It's a different time, I suppose. Although I would say you can easily, if you have a following on the internet, you can make anything appear to be something with video. So that's a whole nother aspect of like being able to sort of change the situation. Okay, so we're definitely using this tooling in a way it wasn't really meant for. This presentation here, in my opinion, is not very good. What this needs is this same stuff here going down this way, so that this is more clear. I understand this, but this is on the wrong side, or this should at least be on the other side as well. Also, when you hover over, we might want to do a tooltip here to help clarify things. This tooltip already tells us what it's, we see this, right? We don't need the tooltip to say the same thing. But anyways, I haven't seen a TP'd house since I was a kid. Yeah. It's weird, because I think at the same time, teenagers are afraid of, like, kids nowadays can't even walk by themselves anymore without the parents getting like busted. So, it's just a different time. So when somebody toilet papers the house, the trick to toilet papering someone's house is to do it and then turn the sprinklers on the house. Like, if you're trying to do it in a mean way, I've never done that, but if you're trying to do it in a mean way, you TP someone's house and then you just get their yard sprinkler, their impact sprinkler, and you just point it up at the at the toilet paper and you turn it on. And then you've made a really bad situation. Cricket's never done it. He's intricately describing the worst possible outcome. Yeah. Or do their tree. The tree is the worst thing to TP. The house is actually not that bad. It's the tree. If you do their tree, that's where it could be years before that stuff gets cleared out. My neighbor to this day has a tree that has this bag stuck in it. And I want to ask, every time I see it, I'm like, please let me take it down. Like somehow the wind caught it and it got stuck way high up in his tree. And I really want to do something about it, but it's just stuck there. Tina almost just swallowed a battery. I was like, please drop that. Dogs are always trying to kill themselves. Was it like a little AAA or AA? Heart racing. Seriously. Palm sweaty. Mom spaghetti. Okay. Yeah, a little triple. Oh, triple. Oh my gosh. I mean, in theory, if she didn't break anything on it, it could pass through her and it would be fine. But that could be a shocking experience for her stomach. But I'm glad she's okay. I don't think I've ever heard of this outside of U.S. movies. Is that really a thing? It used to be. You know, the other thing, everyone's like, what's a sound of like the 90s or something that nobody hears anymore or whatever? You know what sound doesn't exist anymore, at least in the States? I don't know about Europe. Is the sound of the Volkswagen motor and that little like that whistle sound. Volkswagens just aren't a thing anymore here because we have a bunch of cash for clunkers laws. And so the Volkswagen just like isn't a thing. The old Volkswagens are all gone. They've all been demolished and scrapped. Those cars could run forever. Instead, we created laws that made cheap used cars even more expensive and subsidized the explosion of inflation, which is great. Yeah, they're so rare because they all get trashed. But I miss that sound. That sound was everywhere. You could be anytime you're outside for like 10 minutes, you'd hear like that, like, you know the sound I'm talking about? That like whistling. It has like a chirp to it. It is like a little beetle. It has a little, the engine had a little chirp to it. All right. VW Mark II was the best. No, slug bug's not a thing. I know that all of that's gone. You could travel across the states and play slug bug and never have to punch somebody. It's just like not a thing anymore. Anyways. It is sad. A game about punching people. Dude, slug bug game. That'd be fun. And then everyone just like slowly gets a bigger and bigger bruise. Road Trip the game. A game where you're in a car with it's a multiplayer game and you're just stuck in a car and you have like little mini board games that you can play or like some sort of like any sort of like co-op, those shitty games that you'd play in the car. And that's just the game. It's a multiplayer game where dad's driving and you're in the back seat of like with your brother or something. And you're just trying not to like, you're fighting boredom the whole time. Oh man. Anyways. Okay. So let's, don't make me pull this car. If you two don't, man. Yeah. My mom was the pull the car over person. And my dad was the, either twist my skin so hard I felt like I was going to faint, or he would actively try and hit. Oh, Jesus. Don't make me reach back there. Yeah. The pullover is the cheapest and most effective thing to do because once you're a certain age, it's just embarrassing. And so embarrassment is an effective tool against teenagers. At least I think it is. I'm not sure. I haven't had to deal with a teenager yet, but every story is just violence. You're weird over there. Mm. Yeah, no, I'm definitely a polar opposite when it comes to parenting as far as yeah, I'm not nothing like that. And beating up kids in here. Okay, so we have this. Let's try and get the chainsaw to animate in some way. So we are rotating what? The chainsaw. So I guess we can just shake the mesh. Let's add an animation player. Do we need the animation player for this, or should we do it with tweening? I think what we'll do, we're just going to build this out. We need like a particle emitter. So where the hell does the smoke come out of a chainsaw? It comes out, in this case, it would be right here. So we'll have an emitter here. And we'll put it inside here. Particle, GPU particles 3D, trace D. Have you guys seen, there's a really good video from what's his name about particles. The one guy who's Bracky, he has a good Godot video on particles. What the hell's in the way? What is this? All right, right here. There's our emitter. Okay, and we need some sort of smoke particle. So we're just going to bust one out really quick. Let's go ahead and save this. Why can't I? Okay. We've saved this. We can close it out. Let's open up Krita. Oh, this is the Stargate RPG I was working on for some buddies. We're just going to create a smoke particle. So, I don't know, 256? Yeah, 512 just to be safe. Create. Okay. And then we'll just find a good brush for this. And that's good. And what do we want here? We want something smoky looking. Something smoky. What's this? I don't know what media that's supposed to be. Something that can get us a little smoky. Something smoky. Dried texture creases. Charcoal. Charcoal's going to get us close to smoky. I mean, it is charcoal in a way. It's charcoaly. Ah, what do we got here? Oh, this looks like something. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's go like this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do a paint layer. We're going to clear this out and we're going to shrink the brush size down. So we know we're a little big, so we're going to do 128. Okay. And then we want probably opacity of the, let's just get something smoky looking. I mean, we could do a bunch of these. We just need one good one. Can we rotate the brush in any way? Do you guys know how to do that? Rotation, here it is. See, this is why we want a drawing pad thing. Why is nothing happening? Oh, opacity went way down. Can we expose these? There we go. Okay, let's call that some smoke. And then can we blur this? Make you to rotate your monitor. Stargate RPG? Yeah. Doing a there's a modern TTRPG that was published based off of Stargate, the television show, based on 5th edition. Makes a lot of cool modifications to 5th edition for radio communication, grenades, long range combat. And then there's just a lot of other cool stuff that, to me, it really speeds up a lot of stuff in those styles of games. Blur. Gaussian. Sure. And then we're going to lower the opacity. Okay. There's our smoke. Let's see what we get away with on this. Export, code, arborist, assets. I guess we need a folder for the chainsaw or textures. Is this the Krita software? Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of choices in Krita that are just like forehead slapping. Slappingly stupid in my opinion, but it's all right. It sounds like GIMP is really come along though, but you couldn't pay me to ever try GIMP again. I'm sure it's better, but I tried GIMP in the 90s and the aughts or whatever. It was horrible. Can't be worse than Photoshop. Oh my God. Chainsaw smoke. Yeah, there's some people that are arguing that GIMP is better than Photoshop now. GIMP is the one piece of open source software that I actually hate. GIMP is go. See, there's the diehard GIMP people, so it makes me feel like there's something I don't get about it. Like I think I do believe that there's something I just don't understand about GIMP. I'm willing to say it. All right, let's see if we can get this thing to be something. So we're gonna say standard material, and then we have to check that box. This is why you need people like, you need people like Johnson in your stream, because he's like, you need the particle billboard on, and I'm like, oh, okay. So we got our particle billboard, and then we're gonna go smoke. There's our smoke. Okay. Now we have to adjust. Are we emitting? No, we're not emitting. Yes, we are. Okay, what do we look like right now? Because I don't see anything. Do you guys see anything? I see Jack. That's what I see. Oh, it's the process material. I'm sorry. Oh, you know what I can do? I can just copy and paste this some bitch. Nope. What am I doing wrong here? Particle flags. Sub-emitter. Draw passes? Ah, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Clear that out. Is it do we do a quad or do we do a plane? There we go. Jesus. Face Z. Now I need transparency. Okay. And now we need some scale. So we were too big. Size, let's shrink this down. It really is black smoke like this too. It's not brown or anything. It comes out just fucking black. Okay, so the texture size is probably way too big. Or we need a combination of textures probably. We'll kind of go in between this. 1.2.126. All right, so now we need to get this to, it wants to go up. Really, this should, if we're doing this realistically, we bring in the wind information and then we have it move with the wind. So ultimately, that's probably what we would want to do so that it subconsciously informs the player where the wind is going. He drifts to the right on every stream. And I don't wear my headphones anymore. I feel like I can focus better without wearing headphones. And also that whole ear thing, I couldn't, everyone just constantly brought it up, so. All right, so let's change gravity on this thing. We want this to be lighter than air, so to speak. So we want it to kind of rise. So where do we go to do that? That is on, not on the draw pass. It's on the process material. Spawn? No, we want radial velocity, acceleration, display, turbulence. See, this is why we want to go watch that guy's video. Particle flags, collision, trails. Happy trails to you. Subemitter, velocity, angular velocity. Where is gravity, my friend? Oh, there goes gravity. Accelerations, gravity. Here we go. All right. We want to be positive on the Y. There we go. Not so much. That's looking better. We want to have some rotation when we come out. Animated velocity. So this is our spawn angle. So potentially different angles. We're going to say any are possible. Our directional, orbital, angular velocity. This is how we spin, right? Hey, you.
Hello.
Hello.
Whoa.
Say hi to everybody.
This is my pugs.
Aww.
And this is babies.
What the dog doing?
This one's like a baby.
Slater says, "What the dog doing?" So we need to have a color curve. And then we want to do an alpha curve. And then we can have it over the lifetime fade out. Is that right? You'd think this is what that would do. Am I backwards? What am I doing wrong? This feels like maybe there's a checkbox we need to add to this. Time. I remember there's like a color ramp, like we still have the alpha curve, but we need this as well. One of these has to exist in order to, no, this is to change the color over time. So this isn't doing what we're expecting. All right, angular velocity. Animated. There we go. Okay, so we're getting it to be a little bit alive now. Okay. So we also would want it to scale as it comes out, right? So we want it to be one size and then get to be bigger as it comes out. So scale. So we're going to go from smaller to large. Scale over velocity. Is this over time? Or something? No. Spread maybe? Might be. In velocity. Okay. Angle, velocity, spread. Hard to tell. And then we have this direction here. Initial velocity. Whoa. That's weird. Oh, wow. Okay. So they're going really fast. Holy moly. So that speeds up.
Huh?
That speeds up the velocity over time. So we start at one velocity and then we end at another. So that's like to speed it up. An
Huh?
example of that would be like, I don't know.
Huh?
Minis here. Vertically. Velocity, pivot, angle, position. Animated velocity, angular. Ooh, okay. Angle. And then a radial. So we want to be a small number between two negatives. Be nice to see this in slow-mo. Still confused about the alpha curve here, why this isn't doing what we're expecting. Let me try bringing it down sooner. Yeah, this is doing nothing right now. RGB. I'm guessing there's something about the transparency that's wrong. And therefore, this alpha curve isn't set up right. The alpha value of each particle's color multiplied by its curve texture. Alpha curve multiplies a particle's mesh vertex colors to have a visible effect on a base material 3D. Vertex color use albedo. Okay, so we need to set up for the on the material from here. Use albedo. Base material, use albedo. Where am I going to do that? Alpha. It's something in here. Billboard shadows. Use albedo. What was it? Go back. Alpha curve. It says base material 3D vertex color use albedo. Must be true. Base material. Where's standard material? Flip faces. Add UV. We can't see your settings. You know what? I can't see your mom. You don't see me complaining about it. All right. Sorry. All right. So here it says alpha curve multiplies the particle's mesh vertex colors to have a visible effect on a base material 3D. Base material 3D vertex color use albedo must be true. For a shader material, alpha must be inserted in the shader's fragment. Base material. What the hell is base material? Is that standard material? Once again. Vertex color use albedo. So let's look. Vertex color. Here we go. There we go. Found it. Okay. Now we're getting there. Okay. This is a good starting point. Let's check this out. Yeah, guys. Hell yeah. And then we want to increase some number when we hold down the chainsaw. Okay. It's looking like something. Yeah. Yep. So we want to bump up the amount when we're holding down that trigger, and we'll do it with a curve. So we'll move this up and then bring it down when we're doing this. So what we'll do is we'll just build out a curve for this. So on the chainsaw, let's do an export here called var rev smoke curve. And then we can design this, right? We'll be able to use this curve to design the increase when and I guess we could have a curve up and then a curve down. So we'll just start with our base number of 8 or whatever it is, and then we'll use this to scale the amount. So we could have this min and max value. So the min value could be 8, and we could set this to the min value. We could set it to whatever the default amount here is, or we can use this as a scalar for amount. I think for now we'll think of it as, because we can't multiply by 0, right? That's not going to work. So, but we can add it. You need to get your rank back at Rhythm and Goose. Minnie, you got to keep going. Oh, Minnie says, would the shout out machine handle only shout out people who are in chat at the time? It's me. I'm the shout out machine handle. So when you pull it, I have to think of somebody to shout out randomly. So let me know and we'll figure it out. So this would essentially be like doubling it. So we'll travel up the curve. And that's weird that because we could know, for instance, that the middle is the peak of the curve. And so we could say we travel to 0.5, and then while you're holding it down, it stays there. And then when you release, we travel down. So we could do it that way. Which means that we could do something like when you let go, it actually does an even bigger plume of smoke, right? So we could do like you let go and then you get this little extra like poof, and then it scales down, right? We could do something like that if we do it that way. Is that weird? I think we'll do it like that for now. Okay, so this allows us to design something. And we've got our curve. So now we just need to travel along this and then change our emission on the GPU particle and then bring it back down. So we'll do this on the state stuff. And then I suppose we need to start having like a jitter to the chainsaw. And again, adjusting that random jitter when we're revving to be a little bit more as well. So that seems good. All right. I gotta use the restroom. Be right back. Tubob redeems a free copy of the Oz game.
Huh?
Almost back. Back. All right. Okay, so as we hold the button down, we travel up the curve. How about we set... Maybe we do need a beginning and an ending curve. I don't know. But maybe we can set max value so that max value is time. No, not max value, sorry. Max domain. So max domain is time. And when we're holding it down, the longer we're holding it down, 1, 2. So maybe 2 is our maximum. So 4 seconds total. There we go. So this is our peak. See, I like the idea that when you release, there's like a little bit of an explosion of smoke. So we'll have it peak here. This is our, we're holding it down as in the center.
Get ready for the ride of your
And
life.
then when we let go, there's like a little bit of an explosion of smoke. Oh, that's a big bubbleless booby or booty. That's a round little butt you made there, Mini Cricket.
Fartality.
Donald. Okay. I don't like this. This is kind of stupid, but we'll go with it. I don't know. Yeah, this feels a little like I'm going to forget when I look at this because I can't leave any notes for myself here, right? We can't change the name of these values here either. Favorite property. What? What? Ooh. Mm. Okay, so then we just need to tie, we have to sample the curve. We process it over time. Let's do it in the physics process, I suppose. We don't have to be perfect. Okay. And we have the curve here. Okay. And if we are revving, then we're going to do some sort of sample on the curve. And this is going to return a baked value. Now we want to clamp based off of the middle value of our max domain. So whatever sample we get, whatever point we're sampling, the delta that we're using to sample. Let's see if we can, does curve retain anything about what we last sampled? Because curve might have a variable that we can just use. Your monitor is a curve. Dude, I wish. I miss CRTs. That's another thing that we're losing that young folks just aren't going to appreciate. But scan lines. Goodbye, scan lines. Okay, so we can't check the offset that we last baked at. Or not baked, but sampled. So that means we need to have a value for the smoke curve. Delta. Rev delta. Float. And what we'll do here is we'll just go rev delta equals clamp float and it's rev delta plus delta. Min is 0, max is rev delta max domain divided by 2. Not rev delta. Sorry, this would be the rev smoke curve. There we go. So now we should have a clamped value that is the maximum of halfway. So to here, for the rev delta, if we're revving, rev smoke curve sample, and then we sample from this. And then what we have to do is we have to assign the GPU particles. We have to change the amount of the GPU particles. So we need to reference the GPU particles. So we'll say smoke particle. And this is going to be an export. Smoke particles is GPU particles, 3D. Okay, and then we'll have a reference to that. Here, let's put this above the smoke curve. Panasonic CRT. Guys, I had a flat screen, 16:9, HD CRT TV. It was like 32 inches, or might have been a little bit bigger, and I gave it away. You can go ahead and make fun of me now if you want. It was a flat tube, 16:9, 1080i, and I got rid of it. What is wrong with me? I have pictures of it in old photographs, and I get so sad. I get a little bit of heartbreak every time I see pictures of it. I'm like, oh man. Oh man. There was a satellite service I got with it when I got it. That was called, like, I want to say it was called Zoom. And it had an HD Kung Fu, 24-hour Kung Fu channel. It was so cool. Zoom satellite. There was some weird HD service that was like, you could get every room. I forget what it was called. That was cool. They had so many weird, because HD was so new at the time. They had all these weird, like, tons of Japanese, because Japan was like where all that tech is coming from at the time. So just like there was like this Japan channel. Ah, it was so good. I did record over the airwaves. No HD DVDs, didn't buy any of that stuff. Blu-ray was the obvious choice, but because it was between Panasonic and Sony, right? So I was like, yeah, it's Blu-ray. It's just all these HD pictures of my TV. I'll have to track the picture down that I'm in particular talking about. I had this media center for it too, where it was like it perfectly fit in it, and it had these trays for CDs on the sides, you know? It was so era specific for the 90s, the late 90s. but it had like, it was great. Man, if I had kept that TV and that console. Ah.
Huh?
Minnie's like, what are you talking about?
Huh? Huh?
Here she goes.
Huh? 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 Huh?
Here's the other thing.
Just
If we're gonna
be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself.
okay, our default smoke amount is 8. We have to have this as a constant because we need to multiply and add. So we say smoke amount plus the curve sample times the smoke amount. And so the first value initially will be 0 as we travel across the delta, but it should grow. And if our state, if we're no longer revving, we're going back to idle. So how about we just do this? We'll match state. And if we're idling, we do the opposite and we subtract the current delta and we clamp to 0. No, we clamp to, it's now max domain divided by 2 or
Huh?
max domain. Okay. And then if we're idling, we continue to move the delta across here. And then eventually we reach an equal, it's equal to max domain. But this would just put us back to, this should work. I don't know. Let's see what happens. There's some cleanup we have to do here if it works. It resets when you change the amount. So what we have to do is use this ratio slider maybe. Huh? Mini. So what we'll do is we'll double, this changes things. So then we know, let's say 50%, right? We could constantly use sample then. So that should be the same as where we were if we double to 16. Now we're the same again. And then if we bring it up, so let's bring it to 32, and then we'll say a quarter of it. And then let's rev it. Yeah, that's how we do it. So we'll bring it all the way up to 64. And then we'll be an eighth of 1. So 1 divided by 8. Okay. It's weirdly grouped together. Yeah, looks like we're good. So can we do this with sample? So we're going to say 1.25. Min domain, we're going to say is 1.125. So we can't possibly be less than that. So that's our clamp. And no, it's not this. It's min value, 0.125. There we go. So now we'll never be less than that. So how do we traverse this in a way that makes sense? Because we can't always be adding it, although I guess we could. There's got to be a good way to do this. Curve is the right move, I feel like, for design purposes, but maybe it's not even noticeable. Maybe we just do this with our own clamp. We know we're going to 1. But we have this over a number of seconds. This is good. I like this. So we'll bring it up to 1. Or the problem we're having is with like what happens when we finish, right? Because when we finish, we want to go back down again. So instead of amount, it's ratio, right? So we're going to adjust the GPU amount ratio. And instead of having to do all this multiplication stuff, we don't have to do any of that. We just sample. So we don't have to do any of this if we're setting the ratio. And just for ration, we don't want to set ration, it's ratio. Oh, you caught it too. Okay, and let's print this out just to make sure everything's cool. Because the problem right now is it's gonna travel across this right now, which we don't want. So like if I just run it and I bring it out, it's gonna travel across it as soon as I bring it out. So we don't want that. So we have to how about if you know, you program for so long and you're still like some stuff you're like, wait, how do I do this? And it's like, it's not even hard necessarily, but it's just like, 2-hour delay for school tomorrow, but there's school tomorrow. Are you excited? Is it tough right now, Em? Are you snowed in? Tweening is a constant mind bender. Yeah, for sure. I mean, what we could do is force our delta to be the max when we first start, which is real. We could do that. I mean, that solves it. But then we also have this problem of like wherever we're at, if we're traveling along this and we stop, we want to naturally curve back down. That's why I feel like I need 2 curves. One is the beginning and then the other one is the ending. Because then we can always scale the ending down based on where we ended up on the other one. You know what I mean? So I think for now what we'll do is we'll just have a hard cutoff and we'll see what that looks like. So just ramp this MFR up. And let's say we have some crazy big start for this. So it just goes like that, right? So it starts out pretty low and then it just kind of and then wherever we're at, we just go back down from on delta, on idle. So do we subtract? We just go backwards. That doesn't have as much design, but it would work. So instead we subtract delta and our maximum is really, so our minimum is 0. And this is back to this. And our max is that. So it's the same. We're just clamping to 0. So when we're revving, we travel up. And when we're not, we go back down. And yeah, it's that simple. That works. Now we're seeing it from below as well. So the particles are actually moving up. It's just we can't really tell. Tina does not like the chainsaw. Okay. Thank you. I hate that this game is about killing trees and polluting the earth. But it's a power fantasy. Same logic could be applied to pitch. But virtually this is true. So we don't have to do it for reals. Or we get really good at it for reals. And I create an army of people who are able to cut down trees at an alarmingly fast rate. And I become the tree version of what's his name? Oh my God. I created Les Bombes. I love those Oppenheimer memes. What have I lay done? What have I did? What have I lay done? I've created Les Bombes. It's so stupid. I'm the Oppenheimer of tree cutting. I cannot answer yes or no, otherwise I will break the TOS of the platform I'm on, Slater. But I suppose by saying that answers your question too. I don't think I'm supposed to mention it, and I can't acknowledge if there was another way that people could communicate on that platform, I can respond to them, but I cannot say what I am responding to. It's a little bit of a cat and mouse game. I'll have to think of how we combine game worlds sometimes. Like a tree trunk falls in your game and it comes onto the screen. Gustavo's Road. Yeah, if you know, that's an underutilized local network events of different games affecting other games. That's a completely unheard of thing. But you could easily just probe a network and be like, hey, is anyone playing any of these supported things? Like they all have the same open server ports and everything, and same API you can connect to. And then you can just add all these hooks into your game for when something else is happening in another game or something on the same network, not across the net. Okay, thank you. Nobody look at my wife. Avert your eyes. She's mine. All right. Thank you. Wait, I didn't say that. Don't take my idea. Hi, Miss Cricket, don't leave. That could be the trailer. It could be if a tree falls, in the forest, do you hear it? And then it's like, you're goddamn right. When it's just a bunch of destruction and, oh my God. Multiverse murder. I cut my tree and it falls in your world and kills you. All right. Yeah, it's weird. So if I did stream on another platform, I see some people streaming on another platform that I'll not name that produce no videos, and they have a huge audience. And then for me, it's maybe not. Nobody watches. So I don't understand what I'm in the science and something category, maybe on another platform. Who knows? And there's a gaming one, or where I'm on the gaming one, and I choose maybe Godot as the game I'm playing because it's available there. Godot engine for some reason is available as a game you can pick. And yeah, nothing. So I don't know if I'm supposed to be somewhere else. If I were to do something, maybe I should be somewhere else. Oh, the all tree? Hell yeah. Let's do it too, Bob. I beat Godot. Last boss was tough. The ending, you have to compile your own Godot. It's crazy twist ending. The way to beat the Godot game is you contribute to source. All right, so we have revving. Compiling is easy. I know a lot of people are afraid of it, but I mean the directions are so clear and straightforward, and you just use sconce. It's not the end of the world. So that's what I'm going to try to do. When I actually go to release this, I'm going to run an obfuscator on the Godot source code, compile my own version without obfuscation, and then do my encrypted exports. And I'm hoping that'll be enough to stop people from using any script kiddie tools to just decompile my game in like 5 seconds. So that's my plan. I want to compile my wife, but it's really difficult. There's all these linker errors I can't solve. I have issues with the hooks, with my wife's hooks. I don't know where all the hooks are. So I have my current inbox is shaders. I just don't get it. I just want pixelated noise. Same Cricket. We can nerd about it. I improved it. Okay, yeah. When I get to that point, Tapir, let me know, or I'll hit you up. But that's the dumbest way I can think to do it to try and prevent that. One time I found a tiny bug in Ableton, and the entire world got an update to compromise this to comprise this minuscule fix for me and my buddy's obscure drum kit. That's funny. Careful what you wish for. Just think per pixel, not the entire thing. That's impossible. You could always sample Perlin without, you could do without, oh shit, yeah. I mean, I see the problem. Generating Perlin. Wait, if you can generate Perlin easily using a shader, then you should be able to get that sample without the blending. Because Perlin's doing blending across pixels even. So if you look up a Perlin generator in a shader, you should be able to just not do the blending and get your noise. You're talking about like it should look like a static TV. That's another thing that's gone, guys. Turning on the TV and just like that whole thing, that's all gone now. It's still out there, technically. The birth of the universe. Anytime you wanted, you could turn on your TV and sample the random noise that came from the birth of the fudging universe. The voice of God was on your TV screen. If you could only listen. I sound like that one guy. I don't know. The voice of God was on your television. You just turned it on. I don't know. Put it on channel 3 and there was the static of the Lord. I don't know. No, I'm trying to create a pixel art space background. Oh, okay. It's all Perlin noise. It's all about how you decide to sample certain things. You should be able to do it. I believe in you, Purelin. Or just ask Claude. I mean, come on. I don't know how to, anytime I try to use any of those AI things, I just feel like this is what it's like to be old. I don't know what I'm doing. And every time I'm just like, dang it. What's your thoughts on Cursor? I don't know. I've only used ChatGPT 3.5. I could show you everything I've ever asked it. It's like 20 things, and then I just stopped. Is Cursor an AI thing? Is that one of those agentic ones? It is. Okay. I've heard some interesting things about this new one, the crab one that had to change its name. It was Claw something because of Claude code. It was like the open source version of Claude. I've heard some good stuff about that. But its name's changed. I can't think of the name now. OpenClaw. Yeah, but now it's not OpenClaw anymore. It's something else. Is it still OpenClaw? It's the latest name of it. Oh, okay. See, OpenClaw is the answer to my desire to build using Arduino to build my own private Alexa that is not going to leak everything that I'm ever doing out onto the FBI and the 3-letter agencies and all that shit. And just the internet in general. The scariest moment I ever had was with those goddamn AI things. Please use my service bank account cleaner. Tabs are only okay, doctor. You're on thin ice. I know you're a doctor and a captain, but let's ease up on this whole spaces thing. All right? No. No, Tapir. No, not you. No, M. No. Not you too. No. I don't understand what happened. Tabs are, I don't know, guys. What's going on? 8 spaces or go home. Oh my God. What I love about the tabs versus spaces argument is you just tell your IDE that when you hit tab, it's 4 spaces. And for me, it's like, you know what would be great is if tab just did that because it already can. So you're telling me that converting the button that already does the thing into, how about we just have it press space 4 fucking times for us, is somehow better than what it already could do. Sorry. It's like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I don't understand. Oh yeah, all of a sudden you have a huge change log. You have this giant thing of diff. Your diff is like exploded. You're like, oh no, no. I think the tab character used to be some printing command thingy. Yeah, and you know what? We have Control, Alt, and Shift, and we're not fucking changing what those do. I'm totally, Doctor. I'm not. Oh my God. And you know, we have print screen, which now takes screenshots, and we have page up and page down, but all those, we figured something. I don't know. But tab has always been tab. Let's just keep it that way. I'm fine. All right, good. Anyways, I watched this video that explained the Vim motions, and it's all based off of a certain keyboard that existed for a certain kind of computer. And when you see the keyboard, you're like, oh, like all of a sudden, all the kind of like, why is it like this? And you look at the keyboard, and it's like, oh, okay. I can't tell if it's right or wrong. All right, back to work. So we have something approximating smoke, and now we're gonna shake the old chainsaw around. So I guess we'll use. I mean, we could sample noise for this, right? So, and that could be good because then we can, again, I like the idea of being able to tweak and design what we end up with. So what we'll do is we'll create a noise particle, a noise texture, and we'll just travel the noise. And I guess we, and we'll say shake noise texture. And it's a texture 2D. And it doesn't have to be big. Sampling noise means something. Yeah, can we keep it quiet? We need to get what do they call it when you record the sound of a room? There's a name for that. We need to get some Yeah, room tone. Room tone. We need to get some room tone here. Why is it showing it 3D? What? This does not look like a texture to me. Is it? Oh, it goes on forever. Okay. Do I only need one row? How does this work? I don't know how any of this works, guys. 32. 32 is probably big enough. Why is this not doing anything? Why does this not look right? Cellular might be the way to go for this. Noise is infinite. I've always loved you. I love you. I always have. So let me ask you this. If I'm sampling the noise, okay, and we get to the end, do I just wrap back around? Is that how we do that? Tina barks at the resonant frequency of my office, and it always hurts my ears. So that means it's like amplified even more because it's just like bing, 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 bing. It's bouncing around. You don't have to. Do I go like you can just keep going? What? I did not know that. Let's see. You don't have to, or you can just find the next 0.5 or the value you started at and jump back. And it would also be seamless. So if I know that so what's with the rows? Why do I have rows then? That's for if I need to generate something. But in theory, if I'm just sampling one row, then I don't need, I mean, save for the fact that it's good to have it in powers of 2. You could have used 1D. There's 1D? Are you kidding me? It's just noise? What? What the fuck? What? Sir, sir, this is a 1D. It doesn't matter. Get image, get noise 1D. Returns a noise value at the given X coordinate. So now we can just say shake noise. Bring in the noise. So now we're just okay. Yeah. I feel like cellular might be the way to go because we'll get like a little more shimmies if we can get the yeah, if we bring up fractal, can only go up to 6. I don't know what any of this does. Whoa, okay. We want more. Yes, this is probably good chainsawiness. Although I like cellular for landscapes. Let's go back to simplex. Okay. Frequency. And we can have an amount. This needs to be more frequent. I don't know. We'll try this. Now here's a question. What are we adjusting here? So do we need 2? Are we just going to change what? Because we have 3 axes here, boys. So if we just go back and forth on one of them, what we could do is sample in different directions. So, or can we do that? Get noise. We have a float. So I could sample it multiple times and just have an offset. I like Perlin for most shakes. I'm a vanilla guy myself. I'm pretty plain when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm trying to get my kids to go outside and play because the weather is so nice, and I can't get them to go outside and play. It's driving me insane. Name drop. He was cool. It's a cool function, man. It's such a simple thing. And it's suddenly like, wow, this changes a lot of stuff. It kind of helps prove chaos theory a bit too. Because in any system complex enough, patterns emerge, right? And the Perlin noise generation sort of proves that in a weird way. My dad once said that it's so rainy and windy that the internet doesn't work. Broke my heart. Oh, man. I'm going to do that to my kids. I'm going to say something stupid like that at some point. It'll be about something that my daughter's already like, that's, we're doing geography. And I'm like, I think that's in here. And she's like, no, it's not. I'm like, oh, okay. Tron was a real turning point for computer graphics. What's wild is Last Starfighter is like, it's got all this like early computer graphics stuff, but Jesus, I watched that with my kids and we had to stop. I forgot about all of the like body horror in that. There's like some terrifying there's like this terrifying goop guy that like takes on the form of the boy on Earth and he's like falling apart and he's like in his bed. It's like terrifying. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I mean, look at this. Oh, let's watch. Almost as bad. Dude, I paid for that for a long time, Jotson. Let's watch The Last Starfighter. Oh, okay. and then they see this. And it's like I'm trying to remember the guy in the bed. Last Starfighter bed. Bed scene. This is I'm going to get on some list. Yeah, look at this. Let's watch The Last Starfighter. It'll be fine. And then this. It's a kids movie. How do I get it over here? and then this is what they're seeing. Is this thing. And it's like, oh my God, no, what is this? Yeah, any sort of practical effect when it comes to body parts is generally, for some reason, more impactful. That was the clone left on Earth. Yeah, it was the decoy clone. There was a lot of movies back then. Tron was like you get sucked in the arcade. Last Starfighter was like the arcade trains you for some space battle. You had The Wizard, I would say, is probably the same time period. You had the like playing video games thing where something cool happens because of that. There's a few other ones. I can't think of them off the top of my head. There was a lot of that, like the D&D cartoon. Yeah, they got sucked into D&D. They were playing it on their board game. Yeah. Captain N, same concept. Which one came first, I wonder? Have you read the post where people talk about what stupid shit their parents said to scare you into doing the right things, etc.? The Minecraft movie is a more recent one for sure, yeah. Yeah, I don't think my parents, I mean, besides Santa Claus and my parents didn't really use that approach on me. It was mostly violence from my dad. And then I was just a good kid, though. So a lot like my daughter, she has a really strong moral compass, just kind of pre-installed. So I remember that one that said, if you don't have a seatbelt on when turning the car flips. Oh my God. Yeah, Captain N was awesome. Except that Mega Man, he sounded like this. He was like, hey, I'm Mega Man. He was like this little dude. It's this little like fucking 50-year-old like chain smoker guy. He's like, hey, I'm Mega Man. But yeah, dude, the Letterman jacket, the zapper, and the dog. It was just like pure fan. Like that was just like, yes, I'm in. I remember I saw the date. I saw the day that they launched Saved by the Bell and Captain N together. It was some sort of like power hour thing. And they had this extended Captain N thing that tied in, like, and I can't find it anywhere, but I swear I wasn't hallucinating. It was like they kicked off Saved by the Bell and that, and I remember seeing it the day that it aired, both of them. It was like Saturday or Sunday morning or something, and I was like, whoa! Saved by the Bell. I was just talking to a friend about this, but Saved by the Bell is weird. It's weird now because it's just like you got these teenage girls and, you know, they threw them in bikinis and had them modeling and the audience is like, woo! And like there was just like weird, like when you think about it now, you're like, whoa, this is weird. Yeah, it was a lot of really strange sort of sexualization stuff going on in Saved by the Bell. That was some weird stuff. And Zach Morris is a despicable character, by the way. It's so funny. Back then, they were so concerned about children's programming when it came to cartoons and stuff. And they have Zach Morris, who's just like the worst human being that everyone wants to be. Slater too. Yeah, Slater, which was a little bit more acceptable because he was in his 20s or something at that time, but it's still like not because he's supposed to be a teenager. But those girls were really young. And what makes it worse too is they were in front of an audience. And it's just like, no, this is I recently tried every time you lie, your eyes change color. My kid thought that sounded cool and is now lying more. Dude, kids are wild cards. They're so unpredictable. He's lying all the time. What color are my eyes, Pop? All right, gosh, that's so funny. All right, so we'll do some offsets here, and I guess we'll just have a constant for it. And the other thing we need is now, see, things were weird for me because my mom was a big I mean, so for me, so the whole like lie to your kids to get them to do something, it was the total opposite for me. I was in 2nd grade and my mom's like, here's how a baby's made. Here's how you get STDs. Like, she's like, here's all these pamphlets. And I'm like, whoa, what is all this? I was like, she was just like, here's reality, baby. I was like, I don't like it. And she info dumped like, I had like knowledge of the, like way beyond my years, unfortunately, for certain things. She unlocked too many mechanics at once. And it's funny because the fear is, oh, you know, it's going to whatever. But for me, it was just like, I'm never like, that's never happening. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't know. We'll do it by the hundreds. That should be enough. I guess it's a float. Throwing tutorial papers in your face thinking you would read them, but all we know. No, she was, yeah. It's one thing I respect, and that I try to do with my kids too, is to treat them like grown adults. Like, just talk to them like they are adults. Or that they're not necessarily adults. How do I put it? That they are functioning human beings, capable of understanding what you are saying. And if they don't, then you work on learning how to communicate that. But to talk to them as here's the way I put it, as an equal. Just because they're young and small, I try not to treat them like they are not equal, if that makes sense. Like they have brains and deserve respect. Exactly. That's the better way of putting it. So yeah, I do adjust what I'm saying, but the respect that I'm trying to give is as though they're an equal. And for some reason, I think with children in particular and elderly, there's this curve that happens where we infantilize, and then it goes back. As they get older, we start doing it again, where we treat them like we don't acknowledge them at the table the same way. We sort of ignore what they say more, all of that stuff. And I try really hard not to do that with my kids. Yeah, I'm big, you're small, I'm right. And dude, that's the most humbling thing, is for a child to be right and for you to be like, yeah, you know what? And sometimes it's just plainly obvious stuff where you're like, yeah, it's a bit like when you go into like some sort of online teamwork FPS thing, and there's like an 11-year-old boy, and he's like, all right, guys, here's what we're going to do. And it's like, I'm just like, yes, sir. Because I know he's been playing the game for like 40 hours every week, you know, and he's going to know way more about it than I am. And so I just listen to the kid, and we usually end up doing really well. He's like, okay, go over here. And I'm like, okay, you got it, boss. Like, That's what I'm gonna do. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta grab some drinks, and I'm sorry I'm not really cooking right now, but we'll get to it. I promise I'll focus. So I was thinking for the noise, we can do the same idea of amplitude or something for when the saw actually is being engaged. And so what we do is we dampen. So when we sample, we just kind of cut the value down, we kind of squeeze it down. And so we're only shaking a little bit. And then when we squeeze the trigger, it starts to shake a lot more. I was playing with creating filters in Godot that work like headphones, getting loops and cuts. Interesting. Okay.
Huh?
Okay, so now we're just going to get noise. So we have 2D noise, and then we have 3D noise. Returns the 3D noise at the given value position. So I guess we can just get noise 3D, and then maybe we don't need these offsets. Let's try that. I don't quite understand what's going on here. X, Y, and Z. Get noise 3D. But it only returns a float value. So these all return float values. So, oh, shit. Ugh. Red, how you doing? Maybe we'll put this back. Okay, and we'll just do this on physics process. We're going to do this on the... Do we do it on the mesh? Yeah, I think we need to have a separate, another node. And we'll call it shake. So now we can always set the chainsaw mesh node. I don't know. And then the shake node 3D. You can ask for a 3D point, and you know you can now travel in any of the 3 dimensions and return a smooth set of values, no matter the vector you choose. I see. I see. So we're not gonna. We don't need that. 3D makes sense since you're using it relating to move through actual. So we could theoretically use the... Well, let's just see what we can get here. We won't scale it just yet. We have our offset. I guess we need to know the delta from where we were. We need to have a growing delta, and then we can use an offset for that. So then we'll go and just constantly grow the shake delta. And then we will sample the noise from that with the offset. It's a float. Oh, it's noise. I need delta. And I suppose we only need to shake when we're, well, I guess we're constantly shaking. All right. Right now, we have no amplification to this number. It is simply a number between 0 and 1. And so that's a lot to move. Like, we're going to be shaking like crazy. We actually need to clamp it down more. We need to, this thing's going to be shaking like wild. Hold on. Gramps, you okay? Okay. Grandpa, Grandpa. You got a hold of it, Grandpa? Yeah. I know what I'm doing. Oh, I got it. Don't worry. Are you sure, Grandpa? Listen, if I need your help, I'll ask for it. Okay. Okay. So let's turn this into just a vector that we can shrink down. And I suppose that we'll just have this be instead of constantly having to instantiate it, because we're going to be doing this every single process step. The smart move is to have just the vector exist somewhere. Shake position is a vector 3. And then we say Okay. So do we just multiply? How do you scale a number down? Just multiply by like, so 1 times like 0.1. Yeah, and then 1 times like 0.5. Right. So if we do shake position time equals, there's probably a function, right? I don't know what it is. Let's bring it down to much smaller. We're in meters, right? So this is going to become, guess we need to kind of figure out roughly how much of a shake we actually want to have on this thing. Oh, we're not setting that. So now we need the shake position equals shake position. That's probably a good amount for when you're revving it. So let's say yeah, I feel like that's good for when you're revving it. Okay, so it's just not happening enough. So I think we need to increase the frequency. Let's go ahead and put this over here. And I'm gonna okay, so it's still too big. What do you guys think? It's really not that hard to hold on to. That's the thing. Starting to feel like a game. It's looking like it. Now we actually just got to get the cutting stuff going on. So I think we're kind of at a point for now. I'll deal with the improving the shake when you're pressing the, holding everything down. But I guess now we need to go into like, let's cut something. And so this is interesting. So what we can do when we're cutting is we lock the shake to only be on 2 axes, because theoretically our X axis is now fixed in place. And now we have shaking on the Z and the Y, but not the X, so to speak. Because now we're sort of cutting into the wood and the blades getting sort of held in place. And so when we start to cut, then what we'll do is we'll reduce the shake. And so the check would really be if we're cutting. So if we have the state is cutting, So just be as simple as this, really. So we just go if state is equal to state cutting is, and how about not equal? Then we set the shake position. And I'll leave a little note here for me because I might be like, what the hell? If we are not cutting shake on the x axis as well. Okay, so when we are cutting, we stop shaking on that x axis. And actually, the other thing we need to do is when we do start to cut, we need to lock ourselves back on our shake position. We need to put the x back to 0. So just to be safe, when we're cutting, we slap that back there so that we're not offset when we line up how we're going to subtract the mesh. So now shake position x equals 0 when we're cutting. Okay. So, something we've been avoiding, but something we need to start working on. We're going to try and combine what we've done with the branch cutting and the joint creation and the mesh subtraction and all of it. And then also to a cutting action. One thing I was considering that I know would be a little untraditional or maybe just kind of weird, but might be good, is because in real life you have the advantage of sort of being able to lean around and you're judging depth and you have all these olfactory senses, and basically what I'm saying is you can judge how deep you are cutting into a branch because you know how thick the blade is and all this stuff, right? But we're a video game, and so it's a flat screen and blah, 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 blah. The reason I am mentioning this is that what I was considering doing was having some sort of picture-in-picture where we have a representation of the branch that we're currently, the thickness and everything of the mesh that we're currently cutting into. And so we have like some side view of the branch and the blade as it's cutting into it. And so because we know we're going to preemptively subdivide, or that's probably not the word, but we're going to take a mesh and we're going to splice it immediately as soon as you decide you're going to make a cut there. But we're going to have a joint be connected to it, and its rigidity and everything is going to be really tight. Okay, so it's going to be still like a solid piece of wood. But if we do that, then we can have a camera that then, poof, we lock its position to be the face of that side of the mesh face, right? It's going to be on the opposite side. And now we can have a scene that we have for that particular thing that we're cutting in that moment, and for the chainsaw, we only show those two things. So the draw is only on those two things for that camera, and we lock it in that position, and we show some picture-in-picture thing, and then we can be able to show. I'll try to do something that represents a blade, or a saw. It's not a blade. So here's our chainsaw, and we'll just say, and so it looks something like this, right? And so we see it cutting in, and we go, okay, that's far enough. And then we can kind of see it cutting under. And I think that's not a bad idea to have something like that. Do I want to implement that right away? No. But I do think that seeing some representation of how far into the wood and where in the wood you are cutting it relative to the horizon, right? I think that's probably not a bad thing. All right. So now we have to visit the cutting stuff. And what we're going to do is we're going to visualize the way that we were cutting the mesh. So the code that we had for this was that's my code. Here it is. So it was using a combination of two things, subtraction and intersection. And what we were seeing is that when it did intersection, we were getting an axis aligned bounding box. I think it's axis, right? We're getting an axis aligned bounding box that was beyond what it should have been for the mesh. And so we ended up with these weird, when we tried to create a collision off of what we were understanding the mesh to be from that, we ended up with something really strange and weird. So what that tells me is that there's two possibilities. The intersection box, the shape that we're using to create the intersection. So essentially we're just going to one side and then we're subtracting, right? And so that we end up with only this side, and then we go and we move and we have a different bounding box, and then we intersect and we only end up with what's in there. So we're taking away one mesh one way and in another way. So there's no reason why we can't do it both the same, right? Intersection to me makes the most sense. But anyways, so we have to figure this out. And part of this requires that we have the way that we're generating the tree mesh already figured out. So we have this procedural generation that we were working on. And the whole point of this was to generate a tree with all these joints that I was talking about. I can tell already that these are not correctly aligned, these joints. They all appear to be pointing the same. So these joints need to be created, and their transforms need to match the neighbors like this. Because right now they're all facing this way. So these are wrong. This might be part of our problem, actually. One of our problems. Because, yeah, right? Like I can pick this joint here, and I can start to rotate it, and we're going to see it move. Yeah. So it needs to be something more like that, right? So we're going to have to fix that. But that's not really important right now. And this doesn't work, right? Yeah. This is technically nothing. Even though it's standing, it still isn't right. Okay. So trying to take stock of everything and understand where to go from here. Let's start with the branch idea first. So right now we have this sort of thing that's not what we're going to actually do. So in our procgen, for instance, we're going to have a rigid body, and then we have the mesh inside of it, right? So this is going to be the actual structure that we're going for. And the collision shape matches the mesh. But I think what we're going to do for the collision shape to help make the simulation run faster or smoother or whatever on less powerful hardware, however you want to think about it, is even if the mesh is a little bit sort of crooked, I think we're going to encase each sort of chunk of the tree that has between joints. We're going to use a cylinder shape instead of the mesh shape as the collision area. This will create more chances for it to be able to actually roll, but also it's cheaper to calculate, is my understanding, if you use something like a cylinder instead of modeling a cylinder with faces on all ends and all that stuff, right? So if we can do it with cylinder, that's preferable. It also means that when we do these little connections, that it's properly butting against the other end proper. So, and that it's resting along all edges using a circular shape, and we're not doing like faces and stuff. Again, I think that's the way to go, but we'll see. So we know it's a rigid body and it's connected via a joint into another rigid body. That is not what we have going on right now with this cacophony. I don't know. This isn't what's going on here. So here's what we'll do, just to kind of have something to work with. Let's build a tree that is more like how we're going to do it. So the earth itself is a static body, right? Is this the ground? Where's the ground? I don't know where the ground is. What are all these? Those are all the branches. Let's put this all together in something called tree. Yeah, that's the idea, hopefully. Node 3D. So we're just going to put our old tree somewhere. So we just have it. Because we'll call it old tree. And those are the other branches. And if we hide this, everything should start to disappear once we... That's the house. Put that back. Whoa. This is the ground. And this has a static body. Okay. That's the building. There's the tree, the rest of the tree. Okay. So we'll call this ground, and let's collapse this. And okay. And then we have the concept of tree, right? Which is a physics body 3D, tree object. So we already have this. But then we have like branch, right? Test branch. This is okay. This is all of our stuff that we need to sort of get this going. And then on game, how are we doing this? Tree object, if it was a tree object. So something like, for instance, this mesh, static body, mesh instance 3D was a tree object, and that referenced the mesh, which would be the child. So, which was an export, which it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be. It would just be, it would know what it is because it would be the same in the scene tree for everything. So like right now on our procgen, it shouldn't be, see, why are we like, we should be able to have the same name for everything here. So it should be possible to have it say like mesh instance something, just mesh instance 3D. So mesh instance is a mesh instance 3D, which is mesh instance 3D on the scene tree. Rarely do I ever do this, but we know the exact path that we're going to use. Okay. Before ready is called, so we have to say on ready. Okay. So now we have a reference to that. So this is going to break some things, but we're going to trust ourselves with this. Here we go. Now, once again, just to double check, it's a rigid body, and that's our tree. Yes, and then it has, so we're saying physics body, but we know it's rigid. So why not be explicit about that? We might actually have to remove the tree, because I'm guessing if we try to run things right now, everything's going to, yeah, because it's looking for a static body. These are old statics. Yeah, these are all static. Okay, let's go ahead and just say this as an old scene. Old tree. Just to have it. And then we'll delete it. Okay, run it again. Okay, so back to playable. ABP, always be playable. That's like, I gotta say, that is such an important thing. Tree. Tree object. There we go. Always be pissing. Jacob, how you doing, man? I thought about 100 of them on shows. Greg, are you alive? You doing good? I was talking to we were talking earlier. I was worried about you. Nope, straight up died. Oh my God. Rip. It's like, what was that? They had that like fake funeral. That was so weird. That movie was weird. Empire Records. That was a weird movie. Getting better. I got my wound drains out on Thursday. You know what? It kind of had the same, wasn't it the same store owner that was the guy who tried to kill himself at the end of Mixed Nuts? And it was literally the exact same kind of ending. Was that, am I crazy? Didn't it end with somebody trying to kill himself? Both of them, and it was the same guy? Hang on a second. I'm getting better. I got my wounds, get my wounds drained out on Thursday. Nice. You can watch L's and get drained. That's the dream, is to watch L's and get drained. Oh, God. Oh, man. Empire Records wiki. I'm curious now. I swear it ended with somebody. Oh, was it the guy who stole? Plot? Oh, it ended with a concert. Oh, I drain every time I watch L's. Oh, well, that's too bad. How you doing? I mean, what'd you unlurk for? Oh, the ABP. You down with ABP? Always Pebis butthole, but I restrained myself. I'm too much of a boomer to know what you mean. Pebis. Is that like a pebble? Hey, handsome. What am I doing wrong? Oh, that's the grain for the... This is the wrong wood, wrong texture. Bark. Tree bark. There we go. This'll work for now. There's our tree. Do 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 do. I was sitting in the corner. Do 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 do. And I ate lots of tacos, and that was really yummy. Boo 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 boo. Doing UI stuff. Terribly unexciting. Understood. Did you see the chainsaw progress? Munglo, how you doing? It's coming. It's coming along. It goes rah, 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 and it has smoke. It has black smoke that comes out. Yep, and it do big smoke. Yep, it do big smoke. Bum, 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 bum. So my boy is learning his numbers. He can from sight Total Recall or whatever you want to call it. He can 1, 2, 3, 4 down, 7 down, 5 not quite there. He's getting confused, and this makes total sense. Or I'm sorry, 1, 2, 4, 7 are locked in. Those ones he knows perfectly. 5 is iffy. 3 and 8, if they're together, he's going to not know which one. All right, 6 and 9 also confused. And to me, it's like, yeah, totally makes sense, dude. We're going to keep working on it. But yeah, 6 and 9, confusing. They're like the same, but a little different. They're like flipped around. And 3 and 8, yeah, you got the little loops. I get it. But he knows it's either a 3 or an 8. And he knows it's either a 6 or a 9. So we're like right there, you know? But I keep telling him, as soon as we get those numbers down, It makes sense. I can only go up to 7. Oh, the counting part he's got down. It's the identifying the number value just from seeing it. That's what we're focused on right now. But yeah, he can count to. I mean, he can count to the hundreds, I think, because once you get past 20, he's fine. So. Yeah, and then his letter sounds. We're still working on all that. Yeah, it's just exposure and just doing it again and again and seeing it again and again and just, that's not right, but we'll keep going and so he's gonna get there. But yeah, it's happening. It's happening. Okay, so we're going to we have a joint concept as well. So the mesh needs to know where its end joint is and its other joint is. All it needs to know is who am I and what do I connect to in terms of joints. I think that's probably enough. And from there, when we're deciding to, and when I say mesh, I should say the tree, the element of the tree that we're cutting. So in this case, a branch. But in our code, it's all tree. But when we go to cut that thing, this is where we start to concern ourselves with this whole thing that we got going on here. So that's why we need to know what our neighbors are, or rather, no, we don't need to know the neighbors necessarily. We just need to know our current joint that we're on. We also need to be able to create a joint when we start cutting. This is a big, this is interesting because this is a big, I have to decide what's making the progress for this game is interesting and slowing certain things down is this isn't just making an FPS controller. It's like doing something that isn't kind of typical, I guess. And so it just creates all these problem spaces that you have to navigate. Hey. What's up? Oh. How was class?
Good.
What'd you do?
I did basically just
The whole time?
Yeah.
Oh, and piano, right?
Yeah.
Was it good to get back on piano again?
Yeah. A lot of math.
A lot.
And I'm glad I did piano because if I hadn't, I wouldn't have discovered there was a challenge going with all of these movie themes and games and stuff.
Is it all prime numbers and what is it, composition or what?
Prime and composite numbers.
Composite, that's right. Composite. Good.
I'm gonna have the iPad on while me and Odie play.
Okay. Okay. The exact same maths that makes the branch fall from the cut. Yes. So that's where this is our calculation for a breaking point. So this is actually, I guess that's the way to think about it is this needs to be on our joint code. So right now, so the joint needs to know about its neighbors. That's what it is, not the other way around. So we need to override. So essentially, this thing needs to be the 6. And I don't know if it's the 60OF or not. 6 degrees of freedom or not. But let's start there. So we'll do an override of joint. Because if the joint has that behavior, if the joint knows what each branch is, and the joint can do a dot product or something, and the branch bends enough, then snap, right? And I guess we're going to need some tree breaking sounds here soon as well. We're also going to need some chainsaw sounds of cutting into wood as well. And that's where we're going to need to do a fade into the chainsaw is revving, but we're cutting wood. Okay, so let's say scripts. And we're going to add a new one called generic Let's find it. There it is. The template is going to be the class name. And this is going to be called tree joints. Okay, so if we open this up and search for tree joint, here we are. Okay, so now we have our tree joint. And some of this stuff we're going to keep. So the reference to ourselves is the 6th degree of freedom joint. Yeah. Okay, and then we have, right now I just have this dot. I don't know. The comparison right now is real weak, and I think I might not be looking at the right stuff. And so we have what we're calling the V slider, but all we care about on that is a value, the cut value. So we have a function for when we're cutting. We really don't need that because, like you're saying, oh yeah, we do. This is a like a virtual idea that we are weakening the joint, and therefore the limit is being reduced, and that's what causes the break. That's right. Okay. So we're setting these values, and then when we see that bend happen over a certain amount, so we're changing the limits and we're reducing that, and then when we see enough of a change, the whole thing falls. So really, there's some sort of like function that we call to cut. So this would be global. We're breaking the limits. Couldn't we represent this? Freedom. All right. Can we represent this? Yeah. Well, and in real life, if you were to cut from below, eventually you get your saw stuck, right? If you kept going. And so that's the kind of stuff where I think we still need that, because if we don't have that, then I think majority of people would cut from below. So we do need to get it where you can get the chainsaw stuck. And so that kind of needs to be something. Lunesta, I got to show you the chainsaw here in a second. Let me... Here, we'll go up to this. Is it not? Oh, it's on the wrong side. Anyways, there's smoke. Something's going wrong. I don't know what's going wrong. Let's look at the collisions. Why are we clear on the other side? Minnie, what's up? probably way over there. Tree object. Let's look at the old tree. It was a static body. Oh, the collisions. We don't have the collisions set up right. We are not a tree. Oh. Where did the tree go? Oh, we fell through the ground. Because we don't have a joint yet. Oh. There we are. Here we go. So here's the chainsaw, and you can see the let me get rid of the collision shapes. We've had I swear this doesn't happen, honey. So here we go. And then if we press the button down, Lunesta, see how the smoke changes depending on, it always rises? And if we hold down the button, it gets a little more smoky. We need to work on the loop for the chainsaw noise and all that stuff, but we'll get there. Yeah. It's coming. It's coming, Lunesta. We're going to be cutting down trees together. Thanks, man. So I'm trying to figure out the cut. If we think about it two-dimensionally, we have this volume of space, right? And we're going to cut into it, and we're going to subtract from it. Now, we're going to be doing this on the mesh. The way that we're going to do the subtraction is we don't really care about it on the mesh until we stop moving forward and go to pull up. The minute we stop, that's the only time we have to subtract from the mesh. So we don't have to continually subtract from the mesh because the chainsaw mesh itself is going to be going inside of the mesh. But the only time we really need to subtract is when we when we pull it out. Okay. So we only have to subtract once, right? Fine. But my problem right now is, let's say we divide the mesh up and we end up with some sort of shape representing the volume of the thing. When we start to subtract from it, so this two-dimensional representation of the total volume of the branch thickness thing, that's where I have to take that value and shrink it down as the blade cuts through it. So initially the volume is only a little bit of a subtraction, but as we get deeper, the volume of what we're cutting is getting significantly larger, just like how you get tricked by pizza sizes and prices, right? So what I'm trying to wrap my brain around is how do I deal with that? Now, I think with a Shape 2D, we might be able to take the mesh, get a flattened version of it, translate it into a Shape 2D, and then subtract from the Shape 2D and measure our starting volume and our current volume to see how much it's changed. That sounds like the way to do it. I know I can cheat. Like, I can cheat initially here. But this is the thing. This is the game, is cutting wood. So I feel like it's important to try and get this close to reality, or close to what I'm wanting it to be, because I imagine how this is going to look, and I want to try to hit that, right? So let's see. Shape 2D. Mr. D-Boy, let me do a shout out. I gotta start doing shout outs to a bunch of people. Are you working on your new one? On your next one? I don't know why it didn't plug your game. It should plug your game, but it did not. Let me try it again. There it is. That was weird. Is there a shape 2D? For the wood, yeah. Well, because because we're gonna have like the spiral from the center. The other thing about wood age is, the branch isn't gonna be perfect, but it's really like it looks more like something like this, where we have like some shape for the branch that, like, if we were looking at it from the side, right? I don't want you to fill in anything. That was weird. I didn't know it would fill. So this is like the side of a branch. And then we have like the grain kind of, takes the shape of, because it's slowly growing with the age of the tree. So it matches this, like, however we design the mesh, the grain sort of like fits like that. And the rings on the inside, it grows quickly and then it starts to slow down as it gets older. And so we should see larger rings in the middle, and then it should get smaller and smaller as it gets on the outside. So there's probably a way to doing some sort of shader for that. And then realistically, if we have a branch coming out, then theoretically you see like the sort of, but that's insane. We can't do that. But you can see the knot when you cut wood. That's how you get knots, right? Allowing you to do an inside. Oh, yeah, I could see that. I have 3 ideas, but I don't know really. All right, I'll be right back again. Give me a second. Got to keep thinking. Oh, doing something original? All incremental stuff? The idea itself doesn't matter. All that matters is it's more polished, not clunky, fun. And it has juice, etc. Yeah. Yeah, making games is hard. That's why I get, anytime in fields like this, anytime there's suddenly talk about it's been figured out, I tend to like there are some truths to stuff for sure. But the market is fickle and people's tastes, like it's so hard to you have these big companies that like that recent one that had that backing from the Game Awards. And that's almost seemingly backfired for it. Cuz when you get a huge backing and suddenly the expectation is something that it shouldn't have been. So sometimes, when something looks amazing or whatever, that can work against it as well. It's interesting. I was tempted to do an incremental for next Game Jam too. High Guard, that's the one, yeah. I'm doing an incremental to learn GD script on the weekends, and sometimes when I wake up at 4 a.m. So it's going all right. But it depends if it fits the theme. I see. Yeah. I figure you can make an incremental fit any theme, I imagine. But yeah. 'Tis the world we live in. Okay, so these two now should be connected together. And the whole thing fell over from its weight. Okay, so now we need to now we need to get this in a joint connecting the bottom to the static body. And again, this is we can do this procedurally eventually. Okay, so now it shouldn't fall over. Okay. So there's our joint. If we try to, we can't jump. We do get the chainsaw out. Okay. Now comes the hard part. So now we need to do the actual cutting stuff. Oh, you're talking about actually emulating the idea of wearing ear protection. See, that would be interesting because if there was eventually multiplayer and there was audio, then if somebody has the noise canceling headphones on, unless you have mics to talk to each other in the game world, like you could theoretically not hear the other person, which could lead to some hilarities. I got it. I think you could do that. You could get away with that with a master, because you can link audio buses together. So you just have the end bus be something that that you put like low cutoff or you do cutoff on or something like that, right? Yeah, I've done that. Nice. Ingado. Nice, nice. Man, you can smell the gasoline. Oh man. Okay. I mean, yeah, Lunesta, theoretically we need to have oil for the chainsaw because you go through oil pretty fast on these things. And you need to have fuel consumption and oil. Abstract base class for 2D shapes used for physics collisions. So how do we actually start cutting? There's our floating chainsaw. Vibrating away. Let's figure that out. Yeah. For now, I think it'll just always do it. So excited for chopping. Me too. So many little things to consider. I think a concession. Like the Matrix. Whoosh. This guy is ready to go. Honey, come here. Got something to show you. All right. So what I'm thinking about right now is just the problem of, let's say we're looking at a piece of wood from the side here, right? And then somebody makes a cut here and then here. Like we want this chunk of this piece to come off. So we can do that, but the real problem is the joint concept for a rigid body. Because now we have a joint here, but let's say we do a cut like this where we have our little center point, right? And we cut like this, and then we cut something here, but we don't go all the way in. And then we set up another point here. Now do we have a joint here and a joint here? And then we do another cut here. So we could end up with like, we might have to have some maximum, like, once you start a cut here, you can't just keep going. You could do a simplification pass. So we do like over here, we just make it a single joint. Yeah. For now, let's just focus on the cut. But these are the things running through my head as I'm trying to think about how we do the actual cutting process. So the first thing we have to do when we go to actually cut is the minute that we make contact with the branch, that's the moment we have to create a joint. And then we split the mesh. So how about this for now? What we'll do is we have the dot, we bring the saw out, and the minute I press the button, we're locked in, and that's where the split is going to happen. And we'll do the split, and we'll just have it break. And we'll just get all of that stuff going first. And then we'll work our way backwards. I think that's the way to go. So first thing is, physics is kind of like that anyways, and it would result in occasionally wood doing crazy things you didn't expect. Yeah. It is interesting that we add a complexity with the mesh elements, but we have to reduce the complexity with the joints. So that's interesting too. So we have the tree joint, and we have this cut concept, but first we have to split the mesh. So the minute we hit the chainsaw and we go to cutting, we are going to, we're going to do that. Now, when we pull the trigger, we're saying a state is revving. We're going to switch over to state cutting. And cutting, we're going to have the same kind of behavior as revving for now, where we play the same audio. So it's not going to seem any different, except that our x-axis is going to lock, or it won't shake on the x. So let's see what that looks like. Out of bound, get index 2. Oh, that's state. So we want revving, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll hard code it for now. And this is the doubling. It's just pressed. So we have pressed and released. So we keep trying to set the state. Why is it doing that? I ordered pizza and cookies, and they're almost here. There shall be rejoicing. Isn't it a bit loud? I'm sorry, are you complaining that the chainsaw noise is a bit loud? Maybe. Why is it doing like... Is that the loop? Okay, you can hear it fade out. Okay, something's wrong. If I tap it, something ain't right. Let's check. Oh, we go straight to loop. We want to do 3, not 4. M Audio, what's up, grrr? Whoops, that's hitting shut off. Why is it hitting shut off? Oh, we want the number 3. That ain't right. It's going back to the wrong thing, too. Okay, and we're starting at the wrong point. So if we're going from the loop, the idle loop to the start, we are going to not crossfade, and it's going to be immediate. Off the chains, hell yeah. Okay. It shakes now. That's so manly. Hell yeah. Gotta have those forearms out. Yeah, I'm a man. Yeah. Okay, so if our state is going to cutting, which we're going to skip straight to it instead of revving, we're going to take the angle that we're at, and we're going to have to apply that angle as the cut to the mesh. So now we need to have a virtual like saw thing on the chainsaw where this is where we do the mesh stuff. So we need to have a, for now I'll make it an export var. You know what? It's got to be globs. It's got to be globs. Var cut mesh. And I think we're looking, how wide is a chainsaw? Chainsaw width. 1.1 millimeter. So freaking tiny. Now, obviously, this is probably wider than that. I mean, this whole thing's a little under a meter. So our presentation here is huge. So we'll just say, we'll come up with some number. Let's build the mesh out. So we're going to add on the chainsaw, we're going to create a node. Underneath the shaky part, mesh, instance 3D. And this mesh is going to be our cutting mesh. And so we're going to build it out of, technically it needs to be like a box and a couple of cylinders. For now, we'll do it with the box. Then we're going to bring it down. So we'll bring the size down a bit. All right, so the Y. Oops, wrong way. It's the X. X gonna give it to you. Nope, yeah, it was the X. I put it on the wrong thing. There we go. And then we need to be some height here. So let's say 10. It's pretty close. Bring it up. Let's make it a little bit bigger. It's looking pretty good. And a little bit more. And maybe a little bit more. There we go. Hoi. Here we go. And then we are going to bring it out. And it's a little too wide. Make it half that. Here we go. So for now, this will be what we use to divide the, and actually the height needs to go on to infinity for what we're doing here. So we're going to say this is like 10. No, but it needs to only it only needs to hit the one mesh. Oh, sweet Jesus. Sweet Jesus. It's probably good enough. We'll use that for now. Okay, and then we're going to hide this sumbitch. And then we're going to put this as cut mesh. We can't do an export for this. So we have to reference this proper. So in this case, we'll call it a cut mesh instance. And lo and behold, we're going to do something we never do. A scene unique name. Oh my gosh. Cut mesh instance 3D. And now it's no longer, now it needs to be on ready. On ready. Mesh instance 3D. Okay. Poo poo pee peed. Everyone pay attention to me. Pee pee poo poo. That is all. do a shout out to JD. JD Does Dev. Brought to you in part by ColecoVision. Yeah. We'll be able to build a mesh for the actual chain. Intellivision? Oh, Intellivision. If it isn't Intella, it isn't Vision. Okay, so we have a proper reference. I know how to program, is what we're learning. I can do this. I can do this. So now we've got this mesh, the cut mesh instance, trace D. It exists on our chainsaw controller. We have a reference to the chainsaw controller here. Maybe? Yes. Okay. Now, this isn't probably how we would do this, but we need to call cut. And we need to intersect with the branch. We know the branch that we're intersecting. We've got the laser beam on the thing, right? So we can probably grab it on the chainsaw. We can have a reference to it here. Can we do that? We are putting a beam of light out somehow. Where is that coming from? Is that coming from Game? Laser dot. Okay. So laser dot. No. How are we assigning laser dot? I'm starving, guys. I'm starving Marvin. Laser dot. We're doing it here. So we know what we're intersecting with. Intersection. Intersects ray. Plane. Mouse motion. We create these rays. We blast them out. We find a plane. Global transform, rotation, blah, blah, blah. We place the laser on the thing. Sphere. Where'd you come from, bro? Camera. Laser dot. Global position. What the hell is sphere? Oh, that's what we're wrapping around. Intersects ray. Ground plane comes from plane. Let's see what ground plane gives us. Plane. Cutoff frequency. Oh, nice. We're getting there. Intersects ray. So what is this giving us? And as a matter of fact, that's not from the chainsaw. Hang on. This is from our regular player controller. This is from FreeMove, baby. Here's our laser dot. Raycasts. So we're doing it from a raycast. We get a collision point. But we don't know what we're colliding with. So we need a reference of the thing that we're cutting. So let's say that on FreeMove, laser ray cast. So this is a raycast 3D. We should be able to get the body of the thing that we collided with. That's what we need. This does create some issues, though, if... Well, we're going to deal with that. That's a future Cricket problem. Don't worry about that, Cricket. Okay. Get Collider. That's what we want. So we'll set this on game. And we'll say static var cutting tree object is a tree object. And then over on our free move, when we do detect a collision and all of this stuff is true, it's not necessarily that we're actually cutting anything, but we'll do this now. We'll say game cutting tree object equals laser ray cast. Boys, I am hungry hippo. Get collider. Le ginger. It's going good. So now we should have a tree object. Let's go ahead and print and see what it is. Game cutting tree objects. Okay, so we just need to know what we're cutting. My mom said you could come over for pizza. Heck yeah. Pizza and GoldenEye. But you have to leave by 9. Let's tell her we left, and I'll hide in your closet. All right, so yeah, we got the tree object. He's trying to keep his energon levels up, guys, but it's falling. It's failing. Energon levels depleting. I had a friend who did that and just moved into my house. My mom was really nice. Man, I'd be so scared of being accused of something. I don't know why. It's just like a fear. I'll be right back. Hey, I had a friend, Chris. He was like my best friend growing up. I told Mud that. I still don't know why they didn't let me. I don't know why they let me do that and never brought it up. Dude, they were probably just like, we don't have to feed him now. directly on the side, right coming in. So they're either gonna hug the wall here and turn in, or they're gonna hug the wall there and turn in. Is there any way you can play the game and know that you're running out of time and then finish up?
Just give me a t-shirt.
All right. We sent money for the food. He ate a lot. uh Okay, so we have what we're cutting into. Sure.
I know it's a weird time to have cake.
Oh. Oh.
Cake.
Oh, okay. All right. Are you guys picking up on me eating? I'm sorry. Didn't realize. My crunchy, frozen, uncrustable. United Kingdom has successfully created a mega laser called Dragonfire for aerial defense. Wild. Sorry. Just reading while I'm eating. Yeah, don't come here. So we're using a transform. That's the slice. So we're not using a mesh instance. My bad. Go back here. Change type. Transform 3D. Saw blade global transform. Well, we're going to represent it with the damn, because they're using the AABB, the ABBA for it, right? Take a chance, take a chance, take a chance. Take a chance on me. Um. Okay. I was just gonna get spaghetti, but I decided to get pizza. Even though I usually get pizza from Randy's. Is it Puccinelli's or Puccinelli's? Well, the Puccinelli's pizza came in the same box as Randy's and looks oddly similar. They are nearby each other. Huh. Do you think the Dasher pulled a fast one on you and ordered a cheaper pizza? Or do you think they make the same pizza? Do you think that they were super busy? You think they get them from Randy's? Yeah, I was going to say, do you think they were super busy and they ordered pizza from them to send to you? Because that way they still met their deadlines. It's also possible because everyone just buys everything from, it's all the same restaurant supplies stuff now. It's all Monopoly practically. So chances are it's all Cisco. And they're like, yeah, that's the cheaper box. We'll pay for that. The taste the same and everything. Wild. I like your code. Lunesta is the besta. Speaking of staying at a friend's house, I actually didn't get to stay over at Lunesta's too often. Lunesta, do you remember that one time we were doing a bunch of prank calls? And we did the baby crying, and you were yelling stuff in Spanish, and I was doing the pretend hit noises. What was wrong with us? I could do a really good baby crying sound. Oh my God. Was it better than the rest of it because his mom? No, it's because his mom made the best. His mom made the best chicken and rice ever. So I didn't spend the night, but I would go there after school. Oh my God. If there is a heaven, it serves her chicken and rice. I don't want to dox Lunesta too much. There are so many Lunesta stories, though. Lunesta may have one time come back from boot camp and invited me to stay the night at his place once he got back. And the next morning we had eggs and orange juice and went for a run outside of his house up a 45-degree incline of a hill, okay? We reached the peak of the hill, and I immediately just puke everything out. Right, it was an 8-mile run that lasted like a quarter mile. And I immediately just hurled everything because I was trying to keep up with him because he was all super fit from boot. And I was trying to keep up with him, and I just hurled. Hurled up. It was just bright orange. I think there was some guy like sitting drinking his coffee in the morning and was like, ugh. Just like, just throwing up. Ugh. That was good. Good stuff. Nothing like orange juice and egg and nothing else on an empty stomach and then going straight for a run right after that. Always a good move. Yeah. Is he dying? Justin, how's it going? Run a 10K with me next month. Oh, God. Man. Mostly our lives are just us walking everywhere because none of us had a car, and we lived in this big town. And the only way we got to see each other was just by walking to each other. We just walked everywhere. Coffee and vodka are great mixers. Oh, man. Satsumi Shiro's streaming right now. Yeah, they were super nice. They thanked me for the raid yesterday. That was nice. Apparently she doesn't just do Fantasy Life. Oh, she does other games or what? All the extreme tennis. I have the video of that. Oh my God. I should transfer that video to digital. Yeah, we played extreme tennis. And we would just get lighter fluid and cover a tennis ball in lighter fluid and then set it on fire and then play tennis. That was extreme tennis. It was really cool. The first couple of hits, it would just explode in flame. Oh, no. That's not what happened at all. But went through one epic extreme tennis we played in his backyard, and then he lobbed the ball over into the neighbor's yard. It was on fire. This on fire tennis ball goes flying over into past his fence, his wooden fence, over into the neighbor's yard. And we were just like, we burned down their house. Oh, we're so stupid. It's like, oh no. It was a terrible idea. We had a funeral for our friend's Aptiva that died. Or was it your Aptiva, Lunesta? And we played Bone Thugs Crossroads, and we buried it in his backyard. We played Crossroads and had a moment of silence for it. The passenger door thing was me being an idiot and not saying anything as I watched his mom slowly back out while I was in the back seat. And the door was open because he had ran to do something. And as she's backing out, the door hits the side of the garage wall and starts to
Huh?
pull back. Totally screwed up their car. I felt so bad about it. Buff Arms McGee. Me? Anyways, that was good stuff. Ripping doors off cars. Yeah. That's the easiest way to total a car. They managed to get it so you could shut it again, but it was my silence that did it. I always feel bad about that. I just didn't realize what was happening in the moment either. That's when his wife fell in love. She saw his arms. Oh, tearing a door off? Hell yeah. That's how you get the ladies. Just rip the door off a car like the Hulk. Okay, so we're going to take this and we're going to try and build something better. Poor Lunesta had to deal with me when I had like girl fever, though. I was so annoying with that. All right, here we go. So we know the transform of the mesh that we're going to use to cut. So it's a slice transform, as it's referred to here. And that's what we're grabbing it from the cut mesh, which I guess doesn't need to be public now. So no need for that. Okay. And then mesh is technically, so we're going to start to integrate this with the tree branch concept. So game cutting tree objects. Okay. So now we say this comes from tree mesh instance 3D. Mesh. Cricket would de-escalate fights by pretending to be a martial artist, intimidating many folks by making them back down. That was my go-to move. Just like out crazy the other person and just act fucking insane. And then there was no fight. I just cussed. My daughter's listening. I got to be better about that. But yeah, acting crazy. Yeah. Now there was actually the particular incident. The guy's father of the kid that was going to get beaten up, said he somehow the son that told him about it, and then when he was leaving the town at some point, and his father came and visited and told my dad what had happened and what I did. So that was interesting. But apparently he was being bullied, and that just put a stop to it. So that's kind of cool. I don't know. Bad words exist. It's how they are used and understanding the place and intention and context that matters. This is true. I'm a little bit of a sailor. Even I don't know. When I stream especially, it's bad. But I do have a potty mouth. Cross-section material, so we're not going to worry about this just yet. It's going to be empty. Okay. So we know the mesh, we know the thing we're slicing, and we're going to return an array mesh. Let's see if we get one back. So let's just go ahead and print our cut and see if we get anything. I thought I was in trouble. I remember when his dad came and he was there, and then we were talking, and I was like, oh my God, something, I don't know what this is, but I'm in trouble. Okay, we are getting something. Because I didn't remember. It had happened like a long time before that. Okay. So we're getting some sort of mesh stuff back. I definitely swear a lot, but my kid's grown up now and it's less of an issue. Weird though. Like the daycare thought freaking was a bad word and I didn't. Yeah. My dad gave me the belt once for saying geez because it was using the Lord's name in vain. And then when he said that, I said gosh, which apparently was also kind of the same thing. So I got it doubly bad that time. Could walk around the class not doing work and pretending to be a velociraptor and try to open doors with his feet. No, it's my little claw hands. It's my little claw hands. During math, we had like the most saddest math teacher, but he was amazing. Do you remember when he did the one-handed push-ups? He was this gray-haired, like 60-year-old man, like white hair. And this one student challenged him to like push-up contest. And he's like, well, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it one-handed or whatever. And then he's just busting out these like one-handed push-ups. It was wild. And he was like this like real soft, gentle man. Geez, feels like I'm making a lot out of a little. Yeah. It's a stretch in my opinion. Because I think geez Louise, right? Which probably comes from gee whiz. It's an abbreviation of gee whiz. That's what I should have told him. I said, geez isn't taking, Jesus' name in vain. It's abbreviation of, it's a concatenation of gee whiz. And I don't know. But at the time I was like, I was pretty old at the time. I was like, really? Basically, because I'm a big believer in what's in someone's heart, and that's not what was in my heart. But I do that all the time. I do that all the time now. But anyways, sometimes, yeah. Gee whiz is actually also a minced oath. So maybe don't tell him that. Really? Gee whiz etymology is an abbreviation of Jesus. G is an abbreviation of Jesus. G-E-E. I didn't know. I didn't know. Gee whiz is Jesus mangled. I had no idea. See, I didn't know. That's not what I meant when I said it. Wow. Apparently I was wrong. It means Jesus why? No, I'm asking. Jesus why? I have no idea. It goes all the way back to like the 18th century, so quite a whiles back. Unfortunately, the majority of any turn of phrase that we have has some sort of almost all of them, when I research them, it's like, oh, this is actually some horribly like bigoted thing. Like every turn of phrase, it's like, oh, this is actually has its origins in bigotry. It's like, wow, okay. Huh? RN Jesus is the only one that matters while we game. This is true. Mini Cricket, how you doing? All right, we got to get back to it. Trying to do this cut. We got back to our cutting, so we've solved the problem of being able to cut something, but now we have to process this a little bit more still. So so we're doing all this weird stuff here. So what we do is we build this CSG combiner, then we create these meshes here. And these meshes we size to build out, we subtract and do intersection on the mesh that we give it to return a resulting mesh that we then build the collision bodies around to then recreate everything the way that it was. Interestingly, if we do go with the route of using cylinders, then we can actually just easily recreate the cylinders without, and it completely eliminates the problem we were having with the mesh, save for the axis aligned bounding box being incorrect. So we can kind of solve everything right here. But that axis aligned bounding box being incorrect is really bothersome to me. And we don't like that. But ultimately, when we cut something, what we need to do is take, and we're cutting one.
That's cool.
What's going on?
Cool.
Wallaber.
Yeah, cool. You think
Holy
it's cool?
Moses.
Cool.
Let me do a shout out. Do shout out to Wallaber. Actually, let me do the official shout out that links to all of Wallaber's giant lexicon of games. Chainsaw game. We're working on it. Let me show you what's up. So we got, please ignore that giant floating chainsaw thing. Imagine this is a tree here. Imagine what we're going to climb it, be able to cut it and all that stuff. Lots of imagining. We can bust out a chainsaw right now. And then we have this chainsaw here. And then we're going to be able to, we're going to rev it up, and then you're going to cut into the wood. And then, slice it. It's going to fall on the ground and all that kind of stuff. I heard you were trying to become an arborist.
Sit down and have fun.
Yes.
Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
Kurlasev, thank you for the follow. I'm very excited about it. Me too. We were just getting everything going for connecting to do our cuts again. Because we have all these systems in place that we were doing for how we build out the tree and how we do the cuts on the tree itself. Everything is technically a tree. This is a tree and this is a tree. It's a tree object is what we're referring to it as. They're going to have the same joint system, and so they should break and behave exactly the same to each other. But I can show you guys an example of what it's going to look like when you actually do cut a tree branch here. Once we get this going right. So this is our like
Sit down and
prototype.
have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
Punch the keys. Thanks for the follow. All right. So this is, imagine we're cutting this little gap right here and the tree branch is falling. So this is like what it's going to be like when it falls there. So we're heading towards that for the actual cutting element of it. And we're using these joints here. So the tree has this like kind of looseness to it that's typical of a tree, hopefully. A bass rumble for you? Okay, I'll check it out. That is a wild domain. Okay. I can't hear it because I'm not wearing headphones, but I'm going to save it. I had a guy come into my chat once and let me know that he's a level 4 arborist. A level 4 arborist? What the? Is it like a religious thing? I'm a level 4 arborist. And had a lecture to me about my chainsaw animation. It was an optical illusion, and he was completely wrong about everything he had deduced. Maybe he wasn't high enough level? Does your game have arborist levels? No arborist levels. Maybe it's permission to do more dangerous stuff. Where do I know that chat sound from? Nobody tell. Nobody tell. You'll remember. It'll come to you. Is the cutting dynamic? No, yes, it is going to be dynamic. But what we're going to do is sort of pre-slice the tree. So if we start this scene up, let me just show you really quick. I got to get to, I'm going to try to get back to work here really quick. You see that bounce? Let me start it again. So that's all those joints causing sort of a clue. And so, or sorry, yeah, I said clue because I saw two Bob say clue. Okay, my clue is enter. That's my clue. anyways, so with the joints, we're going to be able to do hopefully wind forces in the tree. We'll kind of have a give to it and all that stuff. And if we were to cut all of one side of a tree, then in theory, there'd be so much weight on one side because it's all rigid bodies that the entire tree could potentially collapse over. So that's what we're going for as far as like, we're trying to make it into a whole physics thing so that the physics sort of makes the stuff happen. Now, the point of the game is that you're going to have trees in areas where you need to like think about how to cut them down. So, if we have, so imagine this is one of the scenarios that I was talking about. Imagine you have a house. Imagine this little gray box here is a house. And then you've got a tree that's sort of hanging over it, right? You've got to cut down the branches in a way so that they don't fall on top of the house. So we're going to have like a rope system and all that kind of stuff. And we've got, I can show you guys right now, we've got a, let's go back here, and we have this cherry picker that I worked on here. So let me go here and we'll control the cherry picker. So this here is a cherry picker. And so this will be something that you can be inside of. Well, what's going on?
Cool. You think it's
Conrad
cool?
with the raid.
It's cool.
Good. Googly moogly. We're getting raided. Okay. So anyways, you got this little bucket here that you can control. And so they'll be inside the bucket and making it, go. And so then you could get into those more complicated areas or whatever. Or we could have like a pole saw or something. Something like that. Catastrophic outcomes. Yes. This is like Power Wash Simulator, but cutting trees, but then you could also die. That's what we're shooting for. Conrad, thank you for the raid. How's the game coming? I think I have a link to it in my shoutouts. Yes. Something chainsaw. That's the idea. Added dash today. Nice. So yeah, so we're working on the, primarily working on the chainsaw, and this is like the core of the game is cutting, right? So we're spending a bit of time on this trying to get it right. It's a work in progress. We just added the smoke, the sounds we've expanded on, and we've got this little shake going on. And then when you rev it, there's more smoke that comes out, like a little bit darker smoke. When you go underneath, in real life, you would go, you would bring the chainsaw, like you would put it under, not flip it upside down, because the direction of the chain, you want it to pull the saw forward and not push it into you. But we got the little revving, so we can rev the chainsaw, and we're just about trying to get going with the actual getting back to cutting the mesh again. Yes, we can hear you. It's realistic. We should make the chainsaw louder. We can't hear you. Louder? Okay, well, I'll bump it up. The chainsaw is way louder than you. You know what? So many people have said that. Maybe I should listen to them. All right, how about this? I love it. Isn't that how chainsaws are, though? Anyways, let's try it again. Is that better? Can you guys hear me now? Should I lower it some more, the overall? So we were talking about multiplayer. We're not going to shoot for multiplayer for the prototype, but we have been discussing what happens when somebody pulls a chainsaw out on a friend. We don't quite know what we're going to do because we don't want to make that kind of game. And I was thinking if everyone was like a robot or something, then you could be cutting off your friend's limbs, right? So if this was like in the future and these were all robot arborists or something, maybe then we could have like deathly, like awful deaths and stuff. If they were like bipedal robots, maybe it wouldn't be as bad a thing. DLC zombie stretch goal. The sound is on the tip of my tongue. Tree people. Just like in Lord of the Rings. There's tree cutting trees. We could be like, it could be no volume adjustment until purchase. Oh, for the demo. How did you make the chainsaw sound? Rodrigo, I've seen you here before. It's been a while though, I think. So there right now, it's probably the wrong tool for the job. I'll show you. We are doing.
Sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
I'm Andrea. Thanks for the follow.
Bruh.
So we have what we're using is Godot's interactive audio stream interactive. And then you have to get the audio stream playback interactive from the stream. So from audio stream, you can grab audio stream playback interactive. And from there, you can design transitions. So we have the chainsaw start here. And then after this finishes playing, it goes over to the chainsaw idle loop, which is just a loop of the idling sound. Okay? And then we have the shut-off sound that we play just whenever we stop the chainsaw. Yeah, and then we have the same thing for the rev. We transition into it. And then you use this here, which apparently is broken in 4.5, at least the visual aspect of this. But this is where you can set what happens when the rev start transitions into the rev loop. And then here you can set the transitions. This is all meant for music. And so we're using it in a way that it probably wasn't intended for, but it seems to be working for our needs for now. Yeah. So, yeah, it's working out. Yeah. Thank you. Chainsaw's music to my ears, some would say. It's a power fantasy. I think it's a cool one too. So that's the idea. So right now what we're doing is we just got it so we could divide this mesh up again. When we hit that saw button, eventually there's going to be this whole process of cutting the wood. We've decided that probably as you cut the wood, we're going to do a picture-in-picture. And we're going to show the saw and the inside of the mesh of what you're cutting. So we're going to pre-cut it, the mesh, attach a joint to it, tighten the joint as if nothing's changed, right? So that saw point is exactly where you're going to cut into. We've already sliced the mesh open and it's ready to break and fall. And so then we're going to have like a picture-in-picture view. I think when you start to saw, you can see where your blade is going into the branch as if you had like Superman vision, right? And so that'll be in some corner of the window, but then you'll also see just a regular view of when you're cutting. And then when you pull when we pull the saw out, that's when we'll subtract from the mesh so you see that blade cut in there. Okay? And then as you're cutting the blade, some amount of volume is being reduced from the branch and we start to loosen the joint that we've created. And then as the joint loosens, if the difference between the positions of the two branch bodies changes enough, we have a break. And that's when we decide to release the joint. We disconnect the two nodes on the joint. We free the joint up, and now we just let the element free fall. And that's how we get this like natural falling kind of thing to it. And then because the rest of the branch that's falling is made up of rigid bodies with multiple joints in it, when it hits the ground, it has like a bend to it and everything that you would see with a tree. That's the thinking that I'm going here. So we'll see, but that's the idea. Obviously we need really like different kinds of trees and stuff like that. Initially for the prototype, I'm shooting for just a evergreen tree, some sort of fir tree that grows straight up and has straight branches. And then it's in a really tight area and you just need to scale the tree, cut all the branches off, guide them down safely, and then start cutting the top parts down and all that stuff. So, hey, handsome. How you doing? Hugs to you. Oh, you going to get him? He's right there. He's right there. Okay, I'm supposed to pet the puggy. All right. So we're going to do hot doggo head pats right now. All right. I pet him. All right, Minnie. So that's what we're shooting for. So anyways, we just got the cut happening. We're splitting a mesh into two. But now we need to sort of reconstruct everything and do like a sleight of hand where we sort of take the existing mesh and then like how they do like they clear the table by pulling the cloth and everything stays where it is. We're going to do that equivalent of swapping the mesh out with now two and a joint as if nothing has changed. So that's dog padded huge. Let's go. He's an enormous doggy. So that's what we're working on right now. So what we need to do is instead of returning this array mesh, we have to take the existing branch, take the two end joints, attach them to the new two tree objects that we have, and then take those two tree objects and then put a joint in between that and join those two things together. Does that make sense? At least that's how I'm doing it. There's probably a better way, but this is how I'm doing it. If anyone has any thoughts on that, let me know. But the entire tree being rigid body gets us a lot of behaviors because this whole thing is focused around cutting trees, right? And the way that whole process is. Dimitri, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. So we have our new meshes. So what we need to do is actually create two new tree objects and put those meshes in those objects. Now, so we have tree. This is it right here. We're going to ignore this for now, this stuff here. But what we want to do is we do want to assign the tree mesh, create the tree object. Now, tree object typically has, or should have, it should be a rigid body and it'll contain the collision shape and the mesh. Cricket Sensei, I need to go get some rest on my broadcast. I shall be lurking though. See you around. Conrad, I appreciate the raid so much. I really appreciate it. Much love. Get some rest. We're having pizza tonight, guys. My wife made a bunch of chicken. Is it chicken pesto pizza? It's chicken, pesto, red onion. It's got something else, some other stuff. Oh, and the cheese. The cheese is like one of those soft cheeses. Yummy. So I'm looking forward to that. I've been eating really bad today. Didn't you eat something like 2 hours ago? It's true. I've been eating so bad today. I just said that. Rob, I just said that. It was like, I've been eating bad. All right, so now we got to do the tablecloth thing that I was talking about, where we swap out the two tree branches with the new one. So what we need is the tree branch should probably know about its neighboring joints, right? And right now it doesn't. It's ignorant to it. So we need a reference on it to say this is the joints that are connected to me on both ends. Now this is even more weird because the potential number of joints connected to this branch could be huge. This is actually a really interesting problem. I'm going to keep it simple right now, but here's why I'm like thinking of even why is this slowing me down, right? Because a tree branch can look like this, right? We can have a branch right here, and it's not as simple as just having like a neighboring branch here and a neighboring branch here, because trees also have this kind of scenario where there's like the branch going up from it, right? Like that. And so let's say this one's coming up like this. So this one technically has 3 joints, right? So where am I cutting? And then we end up with this problem blows up, because now if this is just a mesh that has another mesh joined to it, then we end up with when we slice it, it becomes 2, right? So it actually ends up, let's say we're cutting right here. So then if we were to duplicate this here is 1, and then it would look like this here, right? So we would need to know on this side of this new mesh, this new tree object, these 2 joints and are connected there, so that the next time we do a cut, when we want to reconstruct everything, we know how to do it. Is it as easy as... For now, we're just going to pretend like we're just like this, though. That makes things easy for us for now. But that means that when we do this, we need to have a reference to, and it needs to be an array. It's not just going to be A and B. It's going to be potentially plus 1 plus. It's always going to be like 1 plus, right? So joints. And this is an array of tree joint. We have a special object called tree joint. So tree joint is an extension of generic 6 degrees of freedom joint. Again, I'm not sure if these are the right things to do. We have to start heading somewhere and figure out where we end up. So 6 degrees of freedom might not be the right thing. The ball joint definitely is not correct. Trees give in all directions, right? They bend in all directions. So it feels like 6 degrees of freedom is correct. But we need to have this override because we have to have special functions that we determine when there's a break, essentially. So every joint is strained always. And every couple of physics ticks, we go and say, hey, did it break? Did this break or not? Right? That kind of thing. And yeah. We might be able to do it on all of them. I don't know. The chat sounds on the tip of my tongue. Enter. That's my hint. Enter. This is as good as I can do it. Enter. And this needs to be an export. At least for now, because I have to be able to assign this. And hopefully that means this will work. So I have the tree joint here. So this one. Now here's another problem, which is that, so we have references to joints, but then when we look at the joint has references to the nodes. So we can do a comparison on self to figure out which one is which. Okay, so that'll work. Okay. So essentially what I've done is this joint here that connects to this here is referenced here. And both of them have a reference to it. So this one knows that this joint is connected. It's got this connection to this joint, and this one knows it's got a connection to this joint. So then when we go to split this, we create a new joint, and then we say, okay, on this mesh side, so this is where we have to figure this out, because we need to know what side of the mesh is getting this joint again. So we have to do some sort of comparison for that. So that's a problem. We're also splitting everything, right? We're splitting these meshes up. And for now, I'm going to close this out because we're doing it right here on the chainsaw. Let's get rid of slice me for now. Can I go back? Yes. Okay. Can't believe you're still working. It's for the kids. This is the one. I might be able to make some money somehow. The Artemis mission got delayed, guys. Nitrogen leak. Exact same thing that delayed the first Artemis. They said they fixed it from the last time. Go figure. Dinner in 10. I'm eating so much food, guys. Did I eat 2 hours ago? Yes, I did. Am I going to eat again? Yes, I am. But that's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's just a little close to each other. It's lunch that was close between all of them. I woke up a little bit late in the day. Kids have been having some rough nights. If you're a parent, you know what that means sometimes. It means you don't get to sleep. Trying to bulk. Hell yeah. Gotta bulk up for the wife. Get ripped. Okay, and on our game code, what we would do is we would take the meshes and then we would adjust their transforms to match the oh my god. We're going to put this here. Started watching that AI movie, the one from Spielberg a long time ago. That's a strange film because it was originally going to be a Kubrick movie, and Kubrick died, and so Spielberg made it for him. He finished it for him, and so it has this weird tone. The one with Robin Williams? No, that's shoot. No, this is the one with I See Dead People. What was the robot one? Bicentennial Man. That's the one you're thinking of. I may be running out of steam though, guys. It's getting late. We might be losing steam. So we are creating a CSG combiner 3D, which some people use the CSG combiner to model in Godot. And that looks like this. So you can use the CSG combiner along with CSG box and a bunch of these other things to do really basic modeling. Like I use this to make like a chainsaw. And then Bob felt so sorry for me that he bought a model for me. I'll forward you my personal. Oh yeah. Hit me up on if you're on Discord, or hit me up on a whisper on Twitter or Twitch. Twitter, jeez. CSG can be a performance hit. Yeah, you have to save it as. So I have this here, and I just save it as a mesh. So I have this basic scene here, and whatever I put in here, I can basically hit this button, and then save the mesh. So I just completely avoid it as like I wouldn't use it that way for sure. And so even when we're using CSG here in our code, we bring it back to the mesh, and then we're done with it. So, but we have to use the CSG combiner and the CSG message to do this division, the subtraction from the mesh, and also the the intersection stuff as well. Yeah. So yeah, this would be one draw call. It's essentially, so that this is the why I'm doing it this way. So we go in, and as soon as we decide we're going to cut at a specific angle and we start making the cut, we actually divide the entire mesh already right then and there, put a joint there that's super tight. And now we've already cut it. It's already got that slice. And then we can just keep doing the cut there. And whenever we decide that we want to, we can break the joint. So when we decide that the wood's bent enough, or that those factors are in play, then we sever the joint, and then the wood is, we make the cracking noise of the wood doing that crack and then fall and all that stuff. My problem right now though is I'm going to be rewriting it so that when we recreate everything, they're back into these branches, these as we're calling them tree objects. We can't call them tree because that's a reserved word, right? But and I'm also looking at how I was doing this, and we're just kind of so if we just run cut, we know the mesh that we're dealing with here. We know the tree object that we're cutting here. We know the transform that we're using to make the cut with. So it's tree object. So this over here is like that. This is all a mess too. This is a hack of someone else's code. So we're gonna have to fix a lot of this here soon, at some point. And some of this is in the wrong spot too. We're doing this wrong. Okay, so then on the tree joint, when we instantiate a new tree joint, we can have a special function here. So we can have an initializer. And if we initialize this, we can pass some things. Because we know, for instance, we know if we were to pass the prior tree joint, so matching the transform is going to be interesting too. There's a lot of weirdness here. Because there's the transform, like there's the entire transform of the whole thing. There's what we create. I guess if it's just a rigid body, we'll be okay. But what we need to do on our tree object, and I really need to rename the code, because right now it's just tree. Where is tree? It's just in the root. Bold move. I'm going to put it in scripts. It's a lot of prototyping stuff. It's very unorganized. So we're going to rename this to tree object. I hate putting the word object in the name of a class here, but we're kind of stuck having to do this just because it's a reserved word. Okay. So now our file name matches our class name, which is good. Okay, so we were doing an initializer. So func int init. And the reason we were doing this is because sometimes we need to create the collision we're going to try and use cylinders for the branches, because I've heard they're cheaper. And it also will get that roll that we kind of want to see sometimes, where where it's like because if we use something where it's all faces, even if it's circular looking, you kind of don't end up getting a roll to it. So if we are dividing this up, wood and timber are both reasonable. I suppose wood would work. Timber is like in the state of after it's been cut, and it's now like it's going to get processed into I feel like timber is closer to wood is after. It's all wood, but timber is probably the best one out of the two. Yeah, we'll probably end up renaming it. We'll see. Okay, so now we take the we know the branch that we've cut, right? We know the tree object that we've cut before. So on the initializer, if we say from tree object, and it's a tree object, and we're going to underscore it now, so we get rid of that error. And the prior tree object will give us a list of joints. Still not enough. So we're not quite there. Everything I've been doing on this whole thing has seemed impossible, and we push through. Like, sometimes this stuff feels impossible. You just got to keep like hitting your head against it. Building material, wood is lumber. Yeah. Like Amazon lumberyard. Yeah. Arbor. Arbor might work too. But lumber is in this, it's after it's been cut, right? So this is a reference to and that's probably, again, I'm saying that's probably the best word, because once a branch is fallen, it's still a thing that can be cut. So it's still that object name, whatever it is. So maybe lumber is the best name for it and not tree, because when it falls, we're still referring to it as tree object, even though it's not really. Yeah, it's processed timber. So timber, is timber a better word? Which is all wood. So maybe we call it timber then. Timber is probably the best word. Taxonomization, man. Taxonomization. There's that famous quote about naming things in programming. I would have gone with tree segment. That could work too. Tree branch. Yeah, but then also the reason why I didn't do tree branch is because technically this would be a tree branch as well. Tree chunk. That would work. Tree chunk. Twig. Timber and lumber are used, both used for the same thing apparently. Yeah. Well, and when we cut a tree down in the States, we yell timber. So 1 or 2 more hours on. Let's do it. Let's keep talking about it. So with the tree joint, see, all this stuff can go away. Ah, that's what I was talking about. So we need to create, if we're going to create a tree object on the fly, we need to, you know what I guess we could do is just, I could have a pre-made scene. And we could just have if we're going to use cylinder shape, we'll have a cylinder shape already in there. And then the mesh is the part that we're going to substitute. So if we save this as a scene, and for now we'll call it tree. What are we? Wood yards. It's timber and lumber. We have wood yards. You have lumber yards. Yeah. All right, let's move over to lumber and see how long I like that. Okay, so we're going to call that lumber. And let's get the UID. Now, all of this is happening on the chainsaw, which is a really weird place for this to be happening at. I'm going to fess up to that. I agree that that's probably the actual cutting process shouldn't happen there. What we're going to do is we're going to have our lumber, which is a preload of a static, what is it called? Packed scene. Preload. There it is. So there's our lumber. And let's go ahead and open the scene up because we need to adjust something in here. So in the scene here, the mesh instance is not going to have a mesh. And we're going to have like the default collision shape size. And then we'll adjust everything as needed. Name it in Spanish. Madeira. Could do that. All right, adios, everybody. We're going to rate out 56 MFers watching right now. What is wrong with you people? All right. I appreciate it. I appreciate the rates today. Thank you so much, Walber. Thank you so much, Conrad. And there was who else was it? We had a raid earlier. Didn't we have a raid earlier? I feel like we had a raid earlier, but I don't see it. No, I don't see it. I'm feeling good about next stream, we will be to the point where we're starting to split everything up. I'm going to be working on this on the next 2 nights. I might be able to stream them. I might not. And so we'll see. But in the meantime, who are we going to raid? Should we raid Limmy? Should we raid Limmy? We could find somebody new if we do a search. Robin? Okay, we can do Robin. Yes, of course. Raid Shadow Legends. Robin. All right, we'll raid Robin. Vaya con Dios. All right. Sorry for just bailing after having a big party in here. I appreciate everybody hanging out. We're going to continue on with this. We've got the chainsaw sounds going. We got that vibration going. We got the smoke coming out of it, the chainsaw. We have our approach for how we're going to connect the branches together, and now we are working on the moment of actually really cutting the branch and using all of this stuff that we've prototyped, squishing it all together into one workable game function. It's not a loop quite yet, but we're getting there. All right. Much love to everybody out there. See you later.